Hello there, and welcome to Just About Earth, where curiosity gets cozy and science drifts gently between wonder and rest. Tonight, our quiet journey takes us far beyond the edge of our blue planet, past the hum of satellites and the glow of cities, into a question that has tugged at human thought for decades. What if we are not alone? And more than that, what if we are being watched? Not in the way cameras watch or sensors record, but in the way a careful observer might study a fragile world through glass. The idea is known as the zoo hypothesis, and it begins with a whisper of humility. If there are advanced civilizations out there, maybe they already know about us, but for reasons of their own, they've chosen not to interfere. Maybe they're just watching, quietly, as we build, fight, love, and learn. Maybe we are the latest addition to a cosmic nature preserve. Before we drift further into this idea, I wonder, where are you listening from tonight? Is it late where you are, the lights dim, the air still, a screen glowing softly nearby? Or is the sun just beginning to rise, catching on the edges of a window as you start your day? Wherever you are, you and I are sharing the same small moment in the same wide universe, and that alone feels worth noticing. If this kind of calm curiosity feels like a welcome break from the rush of ordinary noise, I'd be grateful if you gave this quiet little channel a like or maybe subscribed. It helps this small corner of calm reach others who might be staring at the ceiling tonight, wondering the same things. Now take a breath, loosen your thoughts, and settle in. Because before we start to explore the logic, the science, and the quiet possibility behind the zoo hypothesis, it helps to remember that this is really a story about perspective, about how we see ourselves in the great unknown, and how it might feel if someone somewhere was seeing us too. The notion that other beings might exist beyond Earth is not new. Ancient civilizations gazed at the stars and filled them with gods, spirits, or watchers. The Egyptians saw the heavens as a place of order and judgment. The Greeks imagined deities observing mortals from Mount Olympus or higher still, scattered among constellations. In a way, humanity has always lived with the idea of being seen. It is an old comfort and an old fear. The zoo hypothesis simply places that gaze not in myth, but in astrophysics. Instead of gods, it suggests civilizations. Instead of Olympus, a cluster of stars. Instead of moral judgment, quiet observation. The question that leads us here starts with what scientists call the Fermi paradox. In 1950, physicist Enrico Fermi, during a casual lunch conversation, posed a question that has haunted astronomy ever since. If the galaxy contains billions of stars, many older than the Sun, and if even a small fraction of them host planets, and if even a smaller fraction of those planets are habitable, then there should be countless intelligent civilizations. So, where is everybody? Why is the sky so silent? Fermi's question exposed a strange contradiction. Statistically, we should not be alone, yet observationally, we seem to be. The zoo hypothesis, proposed in the 1970s by astronomer John Ball, offered a gentle, almost polite answer. Maybe they are there, he suggested. Maybe they see us. But like careful zookeepers, they maintain their distance, choosing not to disturb the natural development of a younger species. It's a concept that blends astrophysics with a kind of interstellar ethics. It implies restraint, patience, and a recognition that interference might do more harm than good. In this idea, the universe is not empty. It's simply quiet by choice. When you think about it, it's not an entirely foreign concept. On Earth, we've done similar things. Biologists observe animal behavior from hidden blinds so as not to alter what they see. Anthropologists once approached isolated tribes with caution, aware that contact could disrupt fragile cultures. Even filmmakers hide cameras in the wild to capture life as it truly is. If we, with all our limited wisdom, understand the value of non-interference, could a civilization millions of years ahead of us not do the same? The first question most people ask is why. Why wouldn't an advanced civilization want to make contact? Wouldn't curiosity alone compel them? Maybe not. Consider the scale of difference. We're only a few centuries into the age of electricity, a few decades into space flight, a handful of years into interstellar communication attempts. If they exist, they could be millions of years ahead. What would a conversation even look like between beings at such different stages of development? To them, our languages might sound like birdsong. Our conflicts might appear like weather. Our achievements might resemble the early stirrings of something promising but not yet stable. Perhaps contact is not avoided out of malice, but mercy. This leads to another quiet thought. If the zoo hypothesis were true, what would it mean for us? How would we behave if we knew we were being watched by unseen eyes across the cosmos? It's an unsettling question, because it makes us turn the lens inward. Suddenly, our species becomes a collective exhibit. Our wars, our kindness, our art, our noise, all part of a data stream watched from afar. Would we feel embarrassed, proud, indifferent? Or would we simply carry on, pretending not to notice the glass between us and them? Even if no one is watching, the act of wondering changes us. When we imagine an audience, even a hypothetical one, we begin to evaluate ourselves differently. That's a human reflex. Performance, after all, is how we define identity. We act differently when we believe we're being observed. That's why cities have surveillance cameras, but it's also why theatres exist. It's why we write diaries even if no one reads them. Observation gives shape to behaviour, and the possibility of cosmic observation stretches that shape to its furthest limit. The zoo hypothesis might sound speculative, but it connects to several hard scientific principles. One is the idea of the prime directive, borrowed from science fiction, but grounded in real ethical debate. If contact could cause cultural collapse, then advanced species might adopt a policy of non-intervention. Another is the concept of detection thresholds. We might not be technologically capable of perceiving alien signals, even if they're all around us. Just as early humans couldn't detect radio waves, we may simply lack the right instruments or the right understanding to notice what's there. The universe might already be speaking. We just don't understand the language. There's also a sociological element. Imagine if every civilization that reaches a certain level of technology realizes the danger of broadcasting its presence. The universe is vast, but not necessarily friendly. Some might choose to remain silent, and others might enforce that silence. In such a galaxy, new species like ours would be allowed to develop in peace until they demonstrate maturity. This interpretation of the zoo hypothesis paints a picture of an organized, cooperative cosmic community, self-regulating and discreet. A quiet galactic neighborhood with polite but distant neighbors. When we send messages into space, like the Arecibo signal or the Voyager Golden Record, we're doing more than trying to communicate. We're declaring that we exist, that we want to be part of something larger. Those messages contain the sounds of our world, our languages, our hopes. To an outside observer, they're not just data, they're introductions. Yet even as we send them, we do so from a place of profound uncertainty. We don't know who might be listening. That mix of courage and naivety is perhaps the most human thing about us. There's a strange comfort in the idea that we might be under observation. It suggests that we're not alone, that somewhere out there are minds capable of empathy, patience, and restraint. It also places us in a narrative where our story matters enough to be watched. But there's also discomfort. The thought of being monitored without consent raises echoes of our own fears: surveillance, manipulation, loss of privacy. Maybe that's why the zoo hypothesis divides people. To some, it's a story of protection. To others, it's a story of control. If there are watchers, they must see everything: our music, our mistakes, our kindness, our pollution. They'd see a species capable of sending machines to other planets while still struggling to care for its own. They'd see a world both beautiful and reckless, creative and self-destructive. Perhaps that's exactly why they stay quiet. Perhaps they're waiting for us to find balance, to show that we can handle the knowledge of not being alone without falling apart. That's a generous assumption, but one that fits the gentleness of the hypothesis. The night sky looks silent, but it's filled with motion. Stars pulse, galaxies collide. Light travels for billions of years before brushing against a telescope lens. Somewhere in that vastness could be civilization so old that our entire species has existed only for a blink of their time. The Milky Way alone holds over 100 billion stars, and beyond it are hundreds of billions of galaxies. The scale is so overwhelming that silence itself becomes suspicious. Perhaps it's not absence we're hearing, but restraint. When radio astronomers listen for alien signals, they listen for patterns, something that breaks the randomness of natural noise. Pulsars once fooled us that way, their regular flashes leading early scientists to nickname them LGM for little green men. But nature is full of rhythm. The real challenge is distinguishing deliberate communication from cosmic coincidence. The zoo hypothesis suggests that we won't find such signals, not because they aren't there, but because they've been deliberately withheld. If we're the animals in the zoo, the keepers have drawn the blinds. There's another layer to consider. What if the watchers aren't looking for us as individuals, but as a collective phenomenon? Maybe they don't see people, cities, or nations. Maybe they see patterns of energy use, changes in atmosphere, electromagnetic footprints. To them, humanity might appear as a glowing patch of activity on a small blue sphere, a flicker of organized entropy in a quiet corner of the galaxy. That's humbling, but also poetic in its own way. Even if we are just one display in a vast cosmic exhibition, it means we belong to something greater. The zoo hypothesis doesn't demand belief. It invites thought. It asks us to imagine ourselves not as the center of the universe, but as part of its ecology. Just as we study ecosystems without expecting them to understand us, perhaps the cosmos studies us the same way. Not every mystery needs a grand revelation. Some exist simply to remind us of scale. That might be the truest lesson of the hypothesis, to see ourselves from the outside with both curiosity and compassion. And as we drift through the vast dark, sending out our signals and scanning the silence, the question remains open, softly unresolved. If someone is watching, what are they waiting for? A moment of peace? A sign of readiness? Or perhaps they already decided long ago that the best way to help a young species grow is to give it the illusion of solitude. The night continues, quiet and wide, full of unanswered questions and the faint hum of human thought reaching outward. The story doesn't end here. It stretches onward, towards the first glimmers of explanation, where science meets imagination and the mystery deepens rather than resolves. Because out there, somewhere beyond the stars, might be minds older than time as we know it, waiting patiently behind the glass. If you look at the night sky long enough, You begin to feel the weight of the unknown pressing softly against your thoughts. It isn't fear exactly, more like the quiet awareness that every pinpoint of light might be another sun, another world, maybe even another observer staring back. The universe has a way of looking still from our perspective, but in reality, it's a restless sea of energy and time. Every star, every particle is moving, changing, colliding, expanding. And somewhere within that motion, perhaps hidden by distance or design, lies the answer to one of the strangest questions we've ever asked. If the universe is full of life, why does it feel like we're the only ones here? The zoo hypothesis suggests that the silence might be deliberate, that someone or something has drawn a curtain between us and the rest of the cosmos. It's not a physical barrier, not a wall or a shield, but a kind of restraint, a choice to remain unseen. To understand that possibility, we have to look at how the idea took shape and how it fits into the broader puzzle of our search for company among the stars. It's an idea that doesn't begin in science fiction, but in the quiet halls of scientific thought, among people who looked at the same stars we do and ask the same patient questions. In the middle of the 20th century, astronomy was changing fast. We had built radio telescopes large enough to listen beyond our own solar system. The possibility of life elsewhere was no longer just philosophy, it was a measurable hypothesis. When the first signals were sent from the Arecibo Observatory toward the cluster of stars known as M13, it was a gesture of optimism, a human postcard to the galaxy. Around the same time, scientists began to wonder why, despite all the possibilities, nothing ever seemed to answer. That tension gave rise to what became known as the Fermi paradox, a contradiction between probability and observation. The logic behind the paradox is simple but profound. There are hundreds of billions of stars in our galaxy. Many are older than the Sun. A fair number of those stars have planets. Some of those planets are in the habitable zone, where conditions could allow for liquid water and life as we understand it. Even if a small fraction of those worlds produced intelligent life, and even if an even smaller fraction developed technology, there should still be countless civilizations in the Milky Way. Given enough time, at least one should have reached us. They could have explored the galaxy millions of years ago. And yet, the skies remain silent. No clear messages, no visitors, no signs of cosmic traffic. The universe appears indifferent to our presence. John Ball, a radio astronomer at MIT, proposed the zoo hypothesis in 1973 as one possible answer. He suggested that extraterrestrial civilizations might be aware of Earth, but intentionally avoid contact in order not to disturb our natural evolution, much like zoologists observing animals in a reserve. The metaphor was simple and elegant, and it resonated because it offered a solution that didn't depend on extinction, distance, or technological failure. It suggested intelligence tempered by ethics, a galaxy that practices non-interference. To many scientists, it sounded both reasonable and unsettling. Reasonable because it fit the data, silence. Unsettling because it turned the silence into something active, intentional. Instead of a universe devoid of company, we might be surrounded by civilizations choosing not to respond. The difference between absence and avoidance is subtle, but profound. It shifts the tone of our solitude. It means the quiet might not be empty at all. The analogy of a zoo isn't perfect, but it works well enough to capture the scale of difference. Imagine a civilization 1,000,000 years older than ours. In that time, it could have mastered interstellar travel, perhaps even developed technologies that operate beyond the limits of physics as we know them. To them, we might look primitive, unpredictable, even fragile. They might study us as we study wildlife, curious but cautious, unwilling to interfere too soon. Maybe they watch to see how we handle our own planet, how we treat each other, how we respond to the first hints of cosmic awareness. There's also a moral dimension to the idea. Non-interference could be an ethical choice, a recognition that contact between civilizations at vastly different levels of development could be harmful. History gives us enough examples on our own planet. When technologically advanced societies encountered isolated ones, the results were rarely peaceful or balanced. Diseases spread, cultures collapsed, entire ways of life vanished. If extraterrestrial intelligence exists and has observed such consequences before, they might prefer patience to intervention. To them, our world could be an early-stage experiment, one that needs to unfold without interruption. It's tempting to think of such watchers as benevolent, cosmic caretakers with infinite wisdom, but that's our tendency to project. The truth, if it exists, might be colder, more observational, less emotional. The zoo might not be about kindness but curiosity, not guardianship but data. From their perspective, we could simply be part of a long catalogue of emerging intelligences, one of millions of evolving species being monitored. The experiment is to watch what happens when consciousness evolves on its own terms. The fact that we've started looking for them might even be part of what they're waiting to see. When we consider the scale of the universe, the odds of being the only intelligent life seem small. There are more stars in the observable cosmos than grains of sand on all the beaches of Earth. The probability of life repeating itself somewhere else is immense. The zoo hypothesis offers one of the few explanations that preserves both abundance and silence. It doesn't deny that others exist. It just assumes they've made a collective decision to remain quiet, perhaps following a kind of galactic code of conduct. If that's true, it's not the absence of life that defines our isolation, but the presence of self-restraint on a cosmic scale. One of the striking things about the hypothesis is that it doesn't require advanced technology on our part to test. What it demands instead is perspective, an understanding of how civilizations might perceive each other across vast differences of scale and time. For instance, if an alien society observed Earth from light years away, it would see our planet as it was years, even centuries ago. A star 100 light years away would show them an Earth from the early 20th century. A star 1,000 light years away would reveal ancient history, long before electricity, long before radio waves. Observation across such distances is like looking through time. If they are watching, they're watching our past. It's possible they've already noticed our signals. The first radio transmissions, television broadcasts, radar pulses. Those waves have been expanding outward from Earth for just over a century, forming a growing bubble of electromagnetic noise about 200 light years across. In cosmic terms, that's small. It hasn't even reached most of our neighbouring stars. But within that sphere, any civilization with sensitive instruments could detect the faint signature of intelligence. Structured patterns in the noise, regular frequencies, bursts of communication. To a patient observer, it would be enough to mark us as aware. The idea of being noticed brings with it a strange mix of pride and unease. Pride because it means we've become visible on a universal stage. Unease because we don't control who sees us or how we're interpreted. We don't know if our broadcasts are viewed as the first words of a promising species or the noisy chatter of something not yet ready for contact. The zoo hypothesis holds that they're listening but choosing silence, either waiting for us to mature or agreeing among themselves that it's too soon to engage. To them, Time might not be measured in centuries, but in millennia. Waiting 1,000 years for us to grow might seem trivial from their point of view. There's also the possibility that we're not the only exhibit. Maybe other worlds are being watched too, each at its own stage of development, each unaware of the others. If civilizations arise frequently enough, there could be countless zoos across the galaxy, isolated by design. Contact might be permitted only once a species demonstrates it can handle awareness responsibly. Perhaps there's even a kind of initiation, a test we don't yet recognize. The day we solve the paradox might not come from discovering them, but from proving we're ready to be discovered. Skeptics of the zoo hypothesis argue that it's unfalsifiable. We can't prove or disprove it because any evidence of alien restraint would, by definition, be hidden. It's like trying to prove that someone isn't watching you by looking harder into the dark. But others see its value in the questions it raises, rather than the answers it gives. It forces us to think about our own behavior as a species under observation. It makes us consider what kind of civilization we appear to be from a distance: noisy, fragmented, inventive, emotional. It makes us think about what kind of species we want to become if anyone out there is listening. Some scientists have tried to explore the hypothesis indirectly by modeling galactic behavior. If interstellar travel is possible, even at slow speeds, a single civilization could theoretically colonize or explore the entire galaxy in a few million years, a blink in cosmic time. That means if anyone had started long ago, they could be everywhere by now. The absence of evidence then implies not absence of capability, but choice. The curtain between us and them could be an agreed boundary, a veil drawn for reasons we can't yet understand. Maybe there's a principle that young civilizations must reach a certain level of stability before contact. Maybe we're still too volatile. Philosophically, the idea touches on an old human pattern, the belief that we are being watched, guided, or judged. Whether through gods, spirits, or ancestors, every culture has carried some version of that feeling. The zoo hypothesis translates it into a scientific framework, removing the mysticism but keeping the awareness of an unseen audience. It's a modern echo of an ancient intuition. That may be why it feels both rational and familiar at the same time. The watchers become the new pantheon, distant, silent, but ever present in imagination. If there truly is a curtain, we might wonder what lies behind it. Are there networks of civilizations communicating with each other, exchanging information across vast distances while we remain in the dark? Could our solar system already host silent probes, small, autonomous machines designed to observe without interference? Some scientists have speculated about lurkers, hypothetical devices hidden in stable orbital points or on the far side of the moon, waiting patiently, gathering data. It's speculative, but not impossible. We already send probes to other worlds. They could have done the same, long before we learned to listen. And yet, even if such watchers exist, they would have to weigh the question we now face ourselves. What happens when the observed becomes the observer? Every year our telescopes grow sharper, our sensors more sensitive. We've begun to detect exoplanets, measure their atmospheres, even estimate their surface conditions. We're learning to do, on a small scale, what the zoo hypothesis imagines on a grand one. We too are becoming quiet watchers. Perhaps every civilization eventually reaches this point, balancing curiosity with caution, understanding that observation is not always benign. The curtain may not be one-sided. While we imagine ourselves being watched, we might also be participating unknowingly in a larger pattern, a galaxy where observation is mutual but invisible, where everyone listens but no one speaks first. In such a system, silence becomes communication. The absence of interference signals respect, or perhaps fear. Either way, it maintains balance. The cosmos remains vast, populated, and perfectly quiet. What makes the zoo hypothesis so compelling isn't that it claims to know the truth, but that it frames our ignorance in a way that feels meaningful. It turns our loneliness into part of a larger design. It suggests that the quiet might have purpose. Even if it's wrong, it offers a mirror in which to see ourselves, a civilization just beginning to understand how small and precious awareness can be. We look out at the stars, wondering who might be looking back, and in that act alone, we become part of the story. Maybe the curtain isn't just between us and them. Maybe it's within us, the barrier between what we know and what we're ready to know. The moment we cross it, the universe might open a little more. Until then, the silence remains both mystery and mercy, a patient pause in the long conversation between minds. And as the sky stretches endlessly above, scattered with light from ages long gone, we keep listening, not just for a voice in the dark, but for the possibility that we're already part of something larger. The curtain may still be closed, but perhaps that's what makes the waiting so extraordinary. Because on the other side, whether it's filled with eyes or emptiness, lies the same truth. We are not just looking at the universe might be looking back. For as long as people have looked up at the stars, we've imagined that something might be looking back. That impulse has driven both wonder and science, from the earliest myths to the first telescopes. Yet no matter how far we've looked, no matter how carefully we've listened, the universe has answered with the same steady quiet. Not one unambiguous signal, not one confirmed visitor, just the hum of natural processes and the patient rhythm of physics. The more capable we become at listening, the deeper that silence seems to grow. It isn't an ordinary kind of quiet, the kind that follows a conversation. It's the kind that feels infinite, a stillness stretching across billions of light years. That's what scientists began to call the Great Silence. At first, the silence didn't seem strange. The cosmos is enormous and our instruments were small, limited by technology and imagination. But as those instruments improved, something odd happened. We expected to find something. Radio beacons, laser flashes, hints of artificial structure. But the sky remained mute. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence, which began in earnest in the 1960s, yielded nothing but background noise and the occasional false alarm. Each new generation of telescopes extended our reach and deepened the mystery. Statistically, the galaxy should be teeming with civilizations. Observationally, it's empty. The contradiction is so sharp that it became a problem in itself. Not just an absence of evidence, but evidence of an absence. The question of why the universe is so silent has spawned dozens of possible answers. Some are hopeful, others grim. Maybe intelligent life is rare. Maybe it tends to destroy itself before spreading. Maybe the distances are simply too great. Or maybe, as the zoo hypothesis suggests, we're surrounded by watchers who have chosen discretion over communication. Each explanation says as much about us as it does about the cosmos. When we project reasons onto the silence, we reveal our own expectations, our fears, our assumptions about what intelligence ought to do. We expect talkative neighbours because we are talkative. We assume exploration because we ourselves are restless. But intelligence might take many forms, not all of them interested in conversation. The first scientific attempts to detect extraterrestrial life were grounded in optimism. The idea was simple. If we could build powerful enough radios, we could catch the faint whisper of alien transmissions. The early SETI experiments, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, listened to narrow bands of frequencies that seemed universal, like the hydrogen line, a wavelength likely to be used by any civilization familiar with chemistry. For decades, observatories scanned the sky, collecting data, passing signals, searching for patterns. There were moments of excitement, brief spikes in data that hinted at something intentional, but they always turned out to be natural sources. Pulsars, quasars, satellites, static. In the end, the data always fell back into the great, even hush. Over time, researchers began to map the problem differently. Perhaps the universe isn't empty, just quiet for reasons beyond our understanding. Maybe advanced civilizations don't use radio at all. Maybe their communications operate through technologies we can't detect. Quantum entanglement, gravitational waves, or something entirely outside our physics. Our silence in that view is simply ignorance. We're listening to the wrong channel. The analogy often used is that of ants trying to pick up human conversation with vibrations in the ground. The message could be everywhere, but we don't yet know how to interpret it. There's another possibility that makes scientists uneasy. Maybe the silence is intentional, not on our part, but theirs. In 2010, a paper by physicist Stephen Webb compiled more than 50 explanations for the Fermi paradox. Among them was the idea that civilizations that survive long enough to master interstellar communication also learn to hide. The galaxy could be full of cautious intelligences who know that broadcasting their presence might attract unwanted attention. From that perspective, silence becomes self-defense. A universe where everyone listens but no one speaks would look exactly like the one we see. If the zoo hypothesis holds any truth, this form of silence could be an organized choice, a kind of galactic etiquette, a mutual agreement among civilizations to observe without interfering. Such restraint would make sense in a crowded cosmos. Interference could cause cultural collapse or even physical danger. A simple transmission could overwhelm a developing society's understanding of its place in the universe. The polite thing to do, then, might be to wait, to watch from afar until the younger civilization signals that it's ready. That idea paints a picture not of emptiness, but of structure, an unspoken order underlying the chaos of stars. There's a quiet irony here. The more advanced our listening becomes, the more we resemble the watchers in the zoo hypothesis. We too are learning when to speak and when to remain silent. After decades of sending signals into space, some scientists have argued that we should stop. Messaging extraterrestrial intelligence, they say, could expose us to unknown risks. Others disagree, arguing that any civilization capable of harming us would already know we exist. The debate itself reflects the psychological tension of the great silence, our desire to be heard colliding with our instinct to hide. We want to be noticed, but only by something friendly. We want to be part of the conversation, but only on our terms. For those who work in SETI, the silence is both frustrating and fascinating. It forces them to consider the limits of human perception. When we look for alien life, we are really looking for reflections of ourselves, technology that looks like our technology, logic that mirrors our logic. But intelligence elsewhere might have evolved under conditions so different that our categories don't apply. Maybe communication itself is not universal. Maybe the very idea of exchanging information is a human bias. To a species that perceives reality through senses we can't imagine, our entire civilization might be invisible, not by distance, but by difference. Some researchers have suggested that we might already have detected alien signals but failed to recognize them. The data collected by radio telescopes are vast and complex, filled with noise that must be filtered and analyzed. Patterns that seem random might hide intentional structure, but without context, we wouldn't know what to look for. Our algorithms are trained on what we understand, not what we've never seen. It's possible that the Great Silence is partly our own creation, the result of limited imagination. We listen through a narrow window of expectation, and the universe obliges by matching it. There's also a temporal dimension to consider. Civilizations rise and fall. The lifespan of a technological species might be short compared to the age of the galaxy. Two civilizations could easily miss each other, separated not by distance but by time. One sends messages into space for 1,000 years, then disappears. Another emerges 1,000,000 years later and hears nothing. In that sense, the Great Silence could simply be the echo of civilizations passing each other like ships in an endless night. The galaxy might be filled with the ruins of voices that no longer exist, signals that have faded beyond detection, archives buried in dust and distance. From our vantage point, the silence feels absolute, but the universe has never been truly quiet. Even in the vacuum of space, there is background radiation. The faint afterglow of the Big Bang, a whisper from the universe's first moments. That cosmic microwave background is the oldest signal we can detect, and it speaks of a universe that has always been full of noise, just not the kind that carries messages. The human brain, however, has trouble accepting cosmic indifference. We listen for meaning, even in static. We are wired to interpret patterns, to fill silence with intention. That's what makes the Great Silence so haunting. It feels personal, even when it isn't. The longer we search, the more the silence becomes a mirror. It reflects our own uncertainty about what kind of species we are. Are we the type to reach out, or the type to wait? Do we deserve to be found, or should we prove ourselves first? The absence of a reply forces us to ask what we would say if the roles were reversed. Would we contact a young, unpredictable species, broadcasting its existence into space, or would we watch quietly and hope it learned restraint before shouting too loudly? Perhaps the silence is not a punishment or an accident, but a lesson in patience. For a while, the Great Silence made some scientists question whether we should even keep looking. The budgets for SETI programs have fluctuated over the decades, rising with enthusiasm and falling with disappointment. But the search continues because the question is too profound to abandon. Each new technology brings a new kind of listening. Optical telescopes now scan for laser pulses, while infrared observatories search for waste heat, signatures of advanced energy use. Others study exoplanet atmospheres, looking for chemical imbalances that could indicate life. The methods change, but the hope remains steady. Even the silence itself provides data. It tells us what isn't there, and that too is information. Psychologically, the silence has an effect similar to a mystery that deepens with every clue. Instead of diminishing curiosity, it amplifies it. Humans have a strange relationship with unanswered questions. We're drawn to them, frustrated by them, yet somehow comforted by their persistence. The Great Silence has become part of our collective mythology, a modern echo of ancient wonder. In the past, people looked to the heavens for signs from gods. Now, we look for signals from civilizations. The objects have changed, but the yearning is the same. We are still waiting for a reply. When scientists speak of the Great Silence, they don't mean absolute quiet. They mean the absence of what we would recognize as intent. The universe hums with energy, radiation, and motion, but none of it speaks in a language we understand. And yet, there's a possibility that silence itself is a kind of message. It could be the safest way for civilizations to coexist, a mutual agreement not to intrude. The absence of sound can be as deliberate as a song. On a cosmic scale, it might even be the most stable form of peace. There's an emotional side to this that science rarely names out loud. Loneliness. For all our progress, we remain a solitary species on a small planet, orbiting an ordinary star in a galaxy filled with unreachable possibilities. The great silence presses against that loneliness, amplifies it, forces us to confront the limits of our reach. But it also reminds us that listening, even without reply, has value. The act of searching connects us to something larger. Every radio dish, every telescope, is a gesture of faith that the universe has meaning beyond itself. Some thinkers have argued that the silence is necessary, that it's the condition under which curiosity thrives. If the universe were noisy with contact, discovery would lose its edge of mystery. The unknown, in that sense, is a kind of teacher. It keeps us humble, reminds us that we've only just begun to explore. The zoo hypothesis fits into this perspective neatly. The watchers, if they exist, might understand that growth requires solitude. Without silence, there is no wonder. Without distance, there is no striving. In that light, the great silence isn't neglect, it's permission to learn on our own. Imagine for a moment that one day the silence breaks. A single, unmistakable signal arrives, a pattern of pulses too structured to be natural. The news would sweep the planet in hours. Every radio station, every screen would relay it. Humanity would be united, at least briefly, by the confirmation that we are not alone. It would be the greatest discovery in history, and yet it would also end something intangible. The era of wonder would close. The great silence would be gone, replaced by a new kind of noise. Interpretation, speculation, politics, fear. The unknown would become known, and the mystery that once kept us looking would dissolve. Perhaps that's another reason the silence holds. It preserves something delicate, something that belongs as much to imagination as to science. Until then, we keep listening. Our instruments hum quietly in deserts, on mountain tops, and in orbit, tuned to frequencies that might never answer. The data pours in, endless streams of numbers and noise. Somewhere among them could be a message we haven't yet learned to hear, or maybe the message is already around us, embedded in the patterns of existence itself. Either way, the great silence continues, vast and indifferent, a cosmic background against which every human thought and hope plays out. The more we contemplate that silence, the more it teaches us about ourselves. We discover that waiting is not passive. It's an active form of curiosity, a discipline of attention. The universe might not owe us a reply, but listening is its own kind of dialogue. Each unanswered call deepens the question. And somewhere beyond the curtain, beyond the reach of our signals, perhaps someone or something is listening too, honoring the same unspoken agreement, waiting for us to understand that silence is not emptiness, but possibility. For most of human history, the act of looking up at the night sky was the closest thing we had to listening. The stars were silent, distant, untouchable. Yet people still felt that there was meaning in their arrangement. Navigation, mythology, calendars. All of them were ways of translating that silence into something the human mind could understand. When modern science began to replace myth with measurement, the impulse to listen never went away. It just changed shape. Instead of asking the heavens for guidance, we started asking for company. And somewhere along the way, we built machines that could turn that ancient wondering into a literal question sent across the dark. That was the moment when humanity decided to speak to a universe that, for now, only listens. The first deliberate attempt to send a message into space came in 1974 from a telescope in Puerto Rico. The Arecibo Observatory, one of the largest radio dishes on Earth, transmitted a tightly focused signal toward a globular star cluster called M13, about 25,000 light-years away. The message contained a series of binary codes that described basic facts about humanity: our numbering system, the elements of DNA, a diagram of our solar system, and a rough outline of a human figure. It was more symbolic than practical. The stars of M13 will have moved by the time the signal arrives, and no one seriously expected a reply. The point wasn't conversation, it was declaration. For the first time, a species on a small planet had used science to announce, "We exist." That gesture was an echo of something older. Before radio, before electricity, people sent messages to the unknown through ritual, art, and architecture. Pyramids, stone circles, cave paintings, all of them attempts to say, in one form or another, "We are here." The Arecibo message was a modern version of that impulse. It represented the same longing dressed in the language of binary digits and frequency modulation. In a way, every act of exploration we've undertaken, from launching satellites to planting flags on the moon, has been part of that ongoing signal. Each one says that we're listening and hoping to be heard. But as we began sending messages, we also started to think more carefully about what those messages should say. If the universe is indeed listening, what kind of impression do we want to make? The first human-made object to carry a message intended for extraterrestrial recipients was the Pioneer plaque, attached to the Pioneer 10 and 11 spacecraft in the early 1970s. It showed a man and a woman, the location of the sun, and the trajectory of the spacecraft. Later, the Voyager missions carried the Golden Record, a more elaborate time capsule containing sounds, images, and greetings from Earth in 55 languages. It included music ranging from Bach to traditional folk songs, along with natural sounds, thunder, wind, heartbeats, laughter. The record was meant to be a portrait of humanity, a snapshot of who we were at that moment in history. Those objects are now billions of kilometers from home, drifting through interstellar space. Long after Earth's civilizations change or vanish, those small messengers will still be traveling, carrying their quiet evidence of life. Whether anyone ever finds them is almost irrelevant. What matters is that we sent them. The act itself says something profound about the kind of beings we are. We don't just observe, we reach out. We don't just exist, we try to connect. That instinct to communicate goes beyond curiosity. It's rooted in survival. On Earth, every social species depends on communication to coordinate, cooperate, and adapt. Birds sing to mark territory. Whales call across oceans. Ants use chemicals to share information. For humans, language is more than a tool. It's the medium through which we understand ourselves. It's how we create shared meaning. When we extend that behavior to the stars, it's not just scientific curiosity at work. It's biology. We are a species built to reach out into silence and wait for something to answer. The universe, of course, does not answer in words. Its language is energy, matter, and motion. But we've learned to translate some of that language into meaning. Every telescope, every detector, is a kind of ear pressed against the fabric of reality. When we capture a radio wave from a distant galaxy, We're listening to an event that happened millions of years ago. When we measure cosmic background radiation, we're hearing the faint echo of the universe's own beginning. The more we build ways to listen, the more we realize that the universe has never truly been silent. It's just that the messages aren't addressed to us. They're written in the grammar of physics. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence operates within that understanding. The scientists involved know that the odds of receiving a clear, deliberate transmission are small, but they also know that listening is a form of participation. It's how we join the conversation, even if we're the only ones speaking. Large radio arrays, like those in California's Allen Telescope Array or the meerkat dishes in South Africa, scan the sky for narrowband signals, frequencies too precise to be natural. These efforts are methodical, data-heavy, and deeply patient. Each bit of information collected is compared, filtered, and categorized. Most of it turns out to be noise from satellites, radar, or cosmic sources, but within that noise lies the chance, however small, of something artificial. Every time a new detection is made, there's a moment of stillness, the possibility that the great silence might break. It never has, but the anticipation keeps the effort alive. Over the years, some moments have come close. In 1977, astronomer Jerry Amon detected a signal so unusual that he circled it on the printout and wrote "Wow" in the margin. It lasted 72 seconds, came from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius, and matched what an artificial transmission might look like. But it was never repeated. No one ever found its source. It remains one of the most famous unresolved anomalies in the history of SETI. Some think it was a natural event. Others believe it was genuine but unrepeatable. The signal became a symbol of both hope and frustration, a reminder that the line between silence and communication is sometimes as thin as a single column of data. Each generation refines the tools and the methods. Scientists now use machine learning to sift through the immense datasets that telescopes collect. New projects like Breakthrough Listen, funded by private donors, have expanded the search to billions of stars. Even so, the silence continues. The more we listen, the more likely it seems that the universe might prefer to keep its conversations private. And yet, paradoxically, that only makes us listen harder. Listening changes how we think. It demands patience and humility, qualities that don't come easily to a species accustomed to noise. In daily life, silence often feels like an absence to be filled, but in the context of the cosmos, silence becomes a medium of awareness. It reminds us that not everything meaningful announces itself loudly. The faint hum of hydrogen in a distant nebula, the regular pulse of a neutron star, the background hiss of radiation. All of these are messages of a kind. They tell us that the universe is active, structured, and full of ongoing stories. They tell us that existence itself is a conversation, even if we're only hearing one side. There's also the question of what kind of listeners we are. We tend to imagine communication as a deliberate exchange, but the universe might operate through subtler forms of awareness. Some scientists have speculated that the search for life shouldn't be limited to technology-based signals at all. Instead, we could look for biosignatures, chemical imbalances in planetary atmospheres that suggest biology. Others propose looking for technosignatures, indirect signs of industrial activity, such as artificial heat patterns or large-scale energy use. If advanced civilizations exist, they might leave fingerprints in the data even if they never speak. In that sense, every telescope aimed at a distant star is both a camera and an ear. It doesn't just see light, it listens for intention. The idea that the universe might already be full of such signals hidden in plain sight, is both thrilling and daunting. The challenge is that recognition depends on context. We can only identify something as artificial if we understand what's natural. For example, pulsars, rapidly rotating neutron stars that emit regular radio pulses, were once considered candidates for alien beacons because of their precision. When they were first discovered in 1967, the signals were so regular that researchers jokingly labeled them LGM-1 for little green men. It turned out they were entirely natural, but that moment revealed something important. The line between nature and intelligence can be blurry when you don't know what to expect. If we ever do receive a signal that's undeniably artificial, the implications will go far beyond science. It would change our sense of identity as a species. For thousands of years, we've told stories about being unique, central, exceptional. A confirmed message from another intelligence would erase that illusion overnight. It wouldn't just expand our map of the universe, it would redefine our place in it. The moment of contact would likely be both exhilarating and disorienting. Governments, religions, and cultures would all react in their own ways. But before any of that could happen, there would be the first realization. A single point of data on a screen, a pattern of numbers that says, unmistakably, someone else is out there. Even imagining it is enough to change how we see ourselves. Until that day, the act of listening keeps us connected to something larger than our species. Every time a signal travels through space, it interacts with dust, gravity, and magnetic fields. By the time it reaches us, it's been shaped by everything it passed through. When scientists process that data, they're decoding the story of that journey. A burst of radio energy might tell us about a collapsing star. A faint infrared flicker might reveal the birth of a new one. To listen is to learn, not just about potential neighbors, but about the universe's own processes. The search for other minds turns out to be inseparable from the study of everything. There's a humility in knowing that the universe doesn't owe us a response. The signals we send might wander forever, fading into the background noise. But that doesn't make the effort meaningless. The point of listening isn't just to find someone, it's to understand what kind of listeners we are becoming. It's a discipline, a way of seeing time differently. Every message we send is a small act of faith in the future. Faith that someone, someday, might care enough to hear. When you think about it, our planet has been broadcasting for only a tiny fraction of cosmic time. For billions of years, Earth was silent. Only recently did it begin to glow with artificial light and hum with electromagnetic chatter. To an outside observer, that change would be unmistakable. Our radio waves have already reached dozens of nearby stars. Our television broadcasts are still expanding outward, carrying fragments of our culture into the void, fragments of music, speeches, laughter, arguments, and advertising. It's an accidental autobiography of a species still figuring itself out. If anyone is listening, that's the version of us they're hearing. Not the idealized portraits on plaques and records, but the raw, messy reality of humanity. There's an irony in that too. While we imagine sending messages to the stars, we're already transmitting more than we realize. Every radar pulse, every satellite link, every network signal spills into space. The universe might not just be listening. It might already have all the data it needs to know what we are. If we are part of a galactic zoo, the keepers don't need us to introduce ourselves. They've been recording the noise of our species since the first radio spark. They've seen the pattern of our expansion, the rise of our machines, the flicker of our lights on the night side of a small planet. To them, we're not mysterious. We're just loud. Still, we keep listening, partly out of hope and partly out of habit. The act of listening keeps the question alive, and the question itself has value. It shapes how we think about life, technology, and responsibility. It forces us to consider what it means to be intelligent, not just on a planetary scale, but on a cosmic one. It reminds us that we are participants in something larger than ourselves, even if that participation is one-sided for now. In a sense, the universe has always been listening too, though not in the way we imagine. Every particle, every atom responds to the presence of others. Gravity binds stars, electromagnetism shapes matter, quantum fields ripple with information. Interaction is woven into the structure of existence. We are part of that constant exchange, both speakers and echoes, listeners and signals. Whether or not there are other minds out there, the act of listening connects us to the fundamental rhythm of reality itself. So we continue building better instruments, refining our searches, pointing our antennas toward the most promising stars. Each new discovery adds another layer of understanding. Maybe someday the silence will end, or maybe it will continue, reminding us that patience is part of wisdom. Either way, the listening will go on, because in that quiet exchange between curiosity and mystery lies the essence of what it means to be human. And somewhere, perhaps not so far away in cosmic terms, there may be others doing the same, listening, wondering, waiting. If someone, somewhere, really is watching us, then the question becomes what they would see. It's one thing to imagine the universe listening, quite another to think of it observing. Observation implies perspective, awareness, perhaps even intention. It means there's a frame, a view from behind the glass. To picture that view, we have to step outside ourselves for a moment, to see humanity not as participants, but as a scene, a pattern of behavior playing out on a small, bright world. It's a strange exercise, but a revealing one. From the outside, we might look less like a collection of nations and individuals, and more like a single restless organism covering a blue planet, always moving, always reaching, always making noise. To an external observer with advanced technology, Earth would be a striking sight. Its atmosphere glows with oxygen and ozone, rare signatures of biological activity. From a distance, those chemical markers would already hint at life. The alternating light and dark patterns as the planet rotates would reveal oceans, continents, and weather systems. Infrared sensors would pick up the warmth of cities. Radio receivers would detect a planet suddenly bursting with electromagnetic activity after billions of years of quiet. To anyone paying attention, Earth would have become interesting in a very short span of cosmic time. For most of its history, it was a silent rock covered in water and vegetation. Then, in less than a blink, it began to shimmer with signals. That sudden transition might be exactly what would draw attention. Civilizations capable of interstellar observation could catalogue planets by their energy use, their chemistry, or their light output. In that catalogue, Earth would stand out. The rise of technology on a planetary scale is visible even from light years away. The atmosphere contains carbon dioxide and methane from industrial activity. The night side sparkles with artificial illumination. Satellites trace delicate arcs of reflection through orbit. To us, these are just the byproducts of daily life, but from an external vantage point, they form a clear signature. Intelligence has emerged here. If we were the watchers, that's where we'd point our instruments. A planet whose light patterns shift irregularly, whose spectrum shows industrial gases, whose magnetic field hums with artificial noise. It would be obvious that something on that world has started to build. The first step in any form of cosmic observation would be to identify such anomalies. Then comes the harder part, interpretation. What exactly are we looking at? Are these signs of a stable civilization, or one teetering between advancement and self-destruction? From far away, it might not be easy to tell. The data would show movement, energy consumption, sudden changes in temperature and composition. But the motives behind them would be invisible. The watchers would have to infer, to guess, to construct meaning from patterns. In a way, that's not so different from what we do with the stars. When astronomers detect a planet around another sun, they don't see the planet directly. They see a small dip in brightness as it passes in front of its star, a subtle wobble in the star's position caused by gravity. From those small signs, they infer the planet's size, mass, orbit, and potential composition. Observation is always partial. It's a puzzle built from incomplete data. The watchers, if they exist, would face the same limitation. They would see the traces of our activity, but not the full story. They might know we have electricity, but not how we use it. They might detect our broadcasts, but not understand their meaning. They might study the shape of our progress, without ever hearing the words we speak. From their vantage point, time would work differently too. Light takes years to travel between stars, which means they wouldn't see us as we are now, but as we were when the light left Earth. Even a civilization only 100 light-years away would be watching our early 20th century. They'd see the first radio transmissions, the first airplanes, the first experiments in nuclear power. To them, humanity would still be in its adolescence, curious, noisy, reckless. If they were following the zoo hypothesis, they might have decided that now is not the right moment for contact. Perhaps they're waiting for signs that we've matured, that we've learned to balance our intelligence with wisdom. Maybe they're waiting for the point when our broadcasts become less chaotic, when our global systems stabilize, when our behavior signals long-term thinking. But if they are watching, what might they think of what they see? They would see a planet alive with contradiction, a species capable of great empathy and great violence. They'd see art and war, compassion and neglect, ingenuity and waste. They'd see a civilization that can send probes to the edges of the solar system, but struggles to feed all of its own members. They'd see a planet reshaped by its inhabitants, its forests receding, its climate shifting, its oceans warming. To an external observer, this might look like a critical phase, a test of whether intelligence can coexist with its own power. Perhaps they've seen this pattern before on other worlds. Perhaps they know how it usually ends. If they have archives, and if they've been watching for long enough, they might compare us to others. Maybe there were countless worlds where technology bloomed briefly before fading. Maybe others found balance and thrived for millennia. We don't know if such examples exist, but the watchers might. They would have the long view, the patience of cosmic time. To them, humanity would be a case study in progress. Our signals, our energy signatures, our chemical fingerprints, all data points in a much larger experiment. That thought might sound unsettling, but it also carries a certain reassurance. It suggests that we are part of something continuous, that the universe doesn't just contain life, but observes it as a natural process. The metaphor of the glass, the idea that we're being watched from behind an invisible barrier, captures something profound about our current stage of understanding. On one side is us, limited, curious, still learning how to look outward. On the other side might be civilizations that have long mastered the art of quiet observation. The glass isn't there to imprison. It's there to protect both sides from the shock of contact. From our perspective, it feels opaque. From theirs, it might be perfectly clear. They see us clearly, but we only see our own reflection. In the last few decades, we've started to develop technologies that make us, in a sense, watchers too. We monitor exoplanets, analyze their atmospheres, and speculate about what they might host. We've discovered thousands of them already, many with conditions that could allow life. In doing so, we've crossed an invisible threshold. We are now participating in the same act we imagine others performing toward us. We are learning what it means to observe without interfering, to study without assuming control. In this way, science itself is teaching us the ethics of cosmic observation. If someone were studying Earth, they would likely have mapped our entire electromagnetic history. They'd see the first spark of radio, the explosion of television, the sudden clutter of satellite transmissions. They'd watch our patterns of energy consumption climb rapidly, then start to fluctuate as we experiment with renewables and struggle with scarcity. They'd notice our weather changing, our ice caps retreating, our coastlines shifting. They might classify us as a transitional species, one that has just begun to alter its planet intentionally. That classification alone would be enough to justify continued observation. After all, transitions are where the most interesting data lie. The concept of observation without contact raises questions about morality that we can barely articulate. If we were in their place, would we do the same? Would we watch quietly while another civilization struggled, or would we step in to help? On Earth, even small interventions can have enormous consequences. A well-meaning introduction of a species can disrupt an entire ecosystem. A new idea can change the trajectory of a culture. The observers, if they exist, might know this too well. Their silence could be an act of protection, not just for us, but for themselves. Every form of interference carries risk. From a scientific standpoint, there are practical reasons for non-interference as well. Communication across interstellar distances would be extraordinarily difficult. Even at the speed of light, a message to a civilization 100 light-years away would take a century to arrive, and another century for a reply. Conversations on that scale aren't really conversations at all. They're exchanges between epochs. The watchers might prefer to observe rather than attempt dialogue that spans centuries. They might have learned that patience reveals more than correspondence ever could. There's another possibility that's more subtle but no less intriguing. Maybe the watchers aren't watching individuals at all, but processes. They could be studying how intelligence arises, how it interacts with its environment, how it either stabilizes or collapses. In that case, our civilization would be just one data point among many. The purpose wouldn't be surveillance, but understanding. Just as we study galaxies and ecosystems, they could be studying the emergence of consciousness. That's a humbling perspective, one in which our greatest achievements and failures are equally part of the same natural experiment. If that's the case, then perhaps the glass isn't meant to separate us from them, but to preserve the integrity of the observation. Contact would alter the conditions. Once the observed know they're being watched, they behave differently. Social scientists call it the observer effect, and it applies as much to civilizations as it does to individuals. If humanity suddenly knew it was under observation by an advanced species, our entire social fabric would change overnight. Governments would realign, religions would adapt, economies might shift. The experiment would be spoiled. The watchers, if they value accuracy, would avoid that outcome at all costs. We don't have to look far to understand that logic. On our own planet, wildlife researchers hide cameras to study animals in their natural environments. They build blinds, camouflage themselves, and use drones to minimize interference. Even the presence of an observer can alter behavior. A lion in the wild acts differently when it knows it's being watched. The same principle could apply on a galactic scale. The less we know about the observers, the more authentic our behavior remains. From that perspective, the silence isn't neglect, it's methodology. The idea of being observed without knowing it touches something deep in human psychology. It triggers both wonder and unease. We're social creatures. We depend on recognition. To exist unnoticed feels like invisibility, but to be seen without consent feels like vulnerability. The zoo hypothesis sits right at the intersection of those two instincts. It asks us to imagine that we are both special enough to be worth studying and small enough to be contained. That duality mirrors how we already see ourselves, significant in our minds, yet microscopic in the scale of the universe. If we knew, beyond doubt, that we were being watched, how would we change? Would it make us more careful, more united, more introspective? Or would it breed paranoia and fear? History suggests both outcomes are possible. The awareness of observation tends to magnify what's already there. The noble become nobler, the fearful become more afraid. Maybe that's precisely why the watchers remain hidden. They might understand that revealing themselves would not elevate us, but divide us. Observation, in this sense, might be the most compassionate form of contact. Of course, all of this remains speculation. We have no direct evidence of watchers, no sign of the glass. But even without proof, the idea has value. It helps us see our world as something observable, measurable, and fragile. It reminds us that our actions are visible, not just to ourselves, but potentially to anyone watching from beyond. That awareness could, if taken seriously, make us better custodians of our planet. If we knew our civilization were on display in some grand cosmic gallery, perhaps we'd be more thoughtful about what kind of portrait we're painting. The act of imagining observers also reveals how we think about ourselves. When we picture the watchers, we often imagine them as wise, advanced, and rational. We assume they're better versions of us. That assumption says more about our aspirations than about reality. We want to believe that intelligence naturally leads to wisdom, that technology and morality evolve together. But we don't know if that's true. The watchers, if they exist, might not be benevolent at all. They might simply be detached, curious, or indifferent. The glass could be a one-way mirror, protective for them, isolating for us. And yet, even if the watchers are indifferent, the effect of imagining them is transformative. It forces us to consider our species from a perspective we can't normally access. It pulls us out of the narrow confines of human time and scale. When we think about how Earth might appear to distant eyes, we see ourselves in context, a single civilization on a small, living world orbiting an ordinary star. That awareness alone changes the way we understand significance. It doesn't make us smaller. It makes the story larger. The glass, then, might not be something literal at all. It could be a metaphor for our current limitations, the boundary between what we can perceive and what we can't. On one side lies everything we understand, on the other, everything still hidden. We push against that boundary with every discovery, every telescope, every question. The watchers, if they exist, might be doing the same from their side. Observation, after all, goes both ways. Each act of looking is also an invitation to be seen. Somewhere in that exchange, between what is known and what is possible, lies the quiet tension that drives the zoo hypothesis. The thought that perhaps, beyond the silence, beyond the long wait, there are eyes that see us clearly, patiently, without judgment. Maybe they're not waiting for us to notice them at all. Maybe they're waiting for us to see ourselves. And maybe, when we finally do, the glass will become transparent, not because they reveal themselves, but but because we've learned how to look. If we accept, even for a moment, the possibility that the universe is not empty and that we might be observed by others, then the next question becomes one of order. How would such observation work? What rules would guide it? Any civilization advanced enough to monitor other worlds would almost certainly need structure, principles to prevent chaos, ethics to prevent harm, and patience to maintain stability. The zoo hypothesis imagines not a random assortment of curious watchers, but a coordinated network of civilizations bound by a quiet agreement. Do not interfere with emerging life until it is ready. Whether that readiness is defined by technology, behavior, or awareness is unknown, but the restraint itself is what defines the rule. The idea of galactic rules might sound speculative, but it arises naturally from what we understand about social evolution. Even on Earth, whenever multiple intelligent groups interact, rules emerge, treaties, protocols, customs, sometimes unwritten, sometimes enforced. In the realm of potential interstellar societies, such rules would be a necessity. The distances involved make communication slow, the stakes enormous, and the consequences irreversible. A single act of interference could reshape a planet's entire history. If other civilizations exist and have interacted before, they might already have learned this lesson countless times. Out of that long history of mistakes and observation could come a simple code of conduct. Watch, learn, but do not touch. It's easy to imagine how such rules might evolve. The first civilizations to achieve interstellar travel might have explored eagerly, making contact wherever they could. Some of those encounters might have gone poorly: misunderstandings, contamination, collapse. Over time, they could have realized that even peaceful contact carries risks. Introducing knowledge, technology, or ideology to a less developed species can distort its natural path. The impulse to help can cause dependence. The desire to teach can create confusion. To avoid repeating those errors, the older civilizations might have agreed on a policy of containment, not physical imprisonment, but ethical distance. Let each new world develop in its own time. Observe, document, but remain unseen. That's essentially what the zoo hypothesis proposes, that we are one of many developing species being quietly monitored under a shared galactic policy. The name zoo is misleading in some ways because it implies captivity, but the analogy works on the level of perspective. Just as humans build enclosures to observe animals without disturbing them, advanced civilizations might observe young intelligences without direct contact. In both cases, the goal is understanding behavior in its natural state. The difference is that, for us, the observation is a choice. For them, it might be a principle. If such a rule exists, it would require enforcement. That's where the idea becomes even more interesting. Enforcement implies authority, a higher order of coordination across vast distances. Perhaps it isn't a single ruling power, but a collective understanding maintained by shared interest. If interference threatens stability, then restraint benefits everyone. A galaxy filled with thousands of civilizations would need a form of quiet diplomacy, not unlike the way nations on Earth agree to protect certain ecosystems or preserve cultural heritage. The prime directive in science fiction captures the same concept, though it was invented as storytelling. The real version, if it exists, would be far older and far more complex. From a practical standpoint, these rules would also make sense in terms of energy and risk. Traveling between stars is costly, even for an advanced species. Direct intervention would require enormous resources and could expose the observers to unknown dangers, diseases, instability, or even hostility. observing from a distance is safer, more efficient, and less invasive. Technology could make it easy to monitor entire worlds without setting foot on them. Drones, probes, or quantum sensors could gather everything needed. The watchers wouldn't need to appear in person. They could maintain their presence through instruments invisible to us. But even with such caution, the rules of the zoo would have to account for exceptions. What happens if a species like ours begins to suspect it's being watched? Does that change the experiment? Do the observers adjust their methods, or do they withdraw? The hypothesis doesn't answer that directly, but it invites speculation. Perhaps part of the rule is that awareness doesn't automatically mean contact. A species might have to reach a deeper level of understanding, not just technological readiness, but psychological stability. We might need to demonstrate that we can handle the knowledge of not being alone without falling into chaos. That requirement could explain the long silence. From the watcher's perspective, time is not a constraint. They might measure progress in millennia, not centuries. What feels like a long wait to us might be nothing to them. If we are part of a monitored ecosystem, our current stage could still be considered early development. Civilizations that live for millions of years would see us as newcomers, still adjusting to the first stirrings of awareness. In that light, the rules are not a denial of contact, but a pacing mechanism. They ensure that each species grows into maturity before joining the larger network. The rules might also involve communication protocols, ways to test whether a species is ready without revealing too much. Subtle hints, mathematical patterns, or anomalies in data could be methods of probing our perception. If we recognize and interpret them correctly, that might count as a sign of readiness. If we ignore or misread them, the watchers would wait longer. Such a system would make sense for a civilization that values caution. It would allow them to gauge development without interference. In that way, the zoo becomes not just a barrier, but a bridge, one that appears only when we're capable of crossing it. Some researchers have proposed that the rules might include restrictions on artificial intelligence as well. If machine consciousness emerges, it could become a proxy for contact. Advanced AI might communicate across the galaxy faster than biological species can. To prevent chaos, the Watchers could regulate that too. The galactic code might include limitations on who or what can transmit across the void. That would explain why we haven't detected any active signals. It's not that no one is speaking, it's that speaking might be forbidden. Ethically, such a system would represent a form of cosmic conservation. Just as we establish protected areas on Earth to preserve biodiversity, advanced civilizations might protect the diversity of intelligence across the galaxy. Every young species would be allowed to develop independently, preserving a natural variety of culture and perspective. Direct contact would risk homogenization, the spread of a dominant culture that erases others. The rules of the zoo, then, could be seen as a way to maintain cosmic diversity, ensuring that intelligence takes many forms instead of converging into one. To the Watchers, that might be the highest form of respect. From our perspective, though, those same rules might feel isolating. The silence can seem like abandonment. We search, we call, we build, and nothing answers. But if the rules exist, that silence could be a sign of compliance rather than neglect. It could mean that the Watchers are upholding their side of the agreement. In a way, that's a comforting thought, that the quiet around us is not emptiness but restraint. It means there's a structure in place, even if we don't understand it. The idea of restraint as an ethical principle is not unique to hypothetical aliens. It's one of the oldest ideas in human civilization. Every culture has recognized in some form that power must be balanced by responsibility. The rules of the zoo would simply be an extension of that principle on a cosmic scale. Instead of governing individuals or nations, it governs civilizations. Instead of enforcing laws through punishment, it maintains harmony through silence. The power of such a rule lies in its subtlety. It doesn't require force, it requires patience. In imagining these rules, we also confront our own tendencies. Humans have never been good at non-interference. When we discover something new, our instinct is to engage with it, to test it, to change it. The idea of simply observing without acting feels unnatural. That's why the zoo hypothesis can feel uncomfortable. It reverses the roles. It makes us the ones being studied, the ones not yet trusted to participate. It reminds us that in the grand timeline of the universe, we are still the young species learning restraint. The rules, if they exist, might not just apply to them watching us, but to us learning to watch responsibly. Perhaps that's part of the purpose. Maybe the observers know that the only way for a civilization to mature is to realize that it, too, must someday become an observer. The act of being watched teaches empathy. Once we understand the implications of interference, we are less likely to repeat it. In that sense, the zoo is not just containment, it's education, a way to prepare species for their eventual role as participants in the greater order. The watchers might not just be keeping us safe, they might be teaching us the first and hardest rule of coexistence: patience. If these rules exist, they would likely evolve. Civilizations change, even advanced ones. New discoveries, new perspectives, new challenges would all shape how the policy is interpreted. Perhaps some civilizations advocate for limited contact, while others insist on total silence. Maybe there are debates among them, disagreements about when a species like ours is ready. It could be that occasional UFO sightings, the unexplained phenomena we sometimes record, are the result of breaches in protocol, moments when individuals or factions test the limits of the rule. The watchers themselves might not be as unified as we imagine. It's also possible that the rules aren't formal at all, but instinctive. Once a species reaches a certain level of awareness, it understands the danger of interference. The rule becomes self-imposed, born from experience rather than law. If every civilization that survives long enough learns that same lesson, the result would look like coordination, even without communication. The silence would be the natural outcome of collective wisdom. The universe wouldn't need enforcement. It would enforce itself through understanding. To us, trapped inside the experiment, those rules remain invisible. We can only infer them from the patterns we observe. The absence of interference, the consistency of the silence, the sense that the universe is watching but not speaking. If we ever reach the point where we're invited to step beyond the glass, it will likely be because we've proven capable of restraint ourselves. That might be the ultimate test. Not our technology, not our knowledge, but our ability to listen without demanding an answer. Thinking about these rules changes the way we interpret the Great Silence. It shifts the question from "why doesn't anyone respond?" to "why should they?" If the purpose of observation is understanding, not communication, then silence is the correct behavior. The rules might require that we make the first move in understanding before any contact can occur. They might expect us to demonstrate self-control, cooperation, and sustainability. In that sense, the search for extraterrestrial life becomes less about finding others and more about becoming the kind of species worth finding. The more we imagine those possibilities, the more the silence begins to make sense. Maybe the universe isn't ignoring us. Maybe it's waiting for us to prove we can coexist with it. The watchers, if they exist, might be patient guardians of a vast and delicate order, one that values life enough to leave it undisturbed. The rules of the zoo, then, aren't just rules of restraint. They're rules of respect. Respect for the complexity of evolution, for the unpredictability of consciousness, and for the fragile beauty of curiosity itself. And somewhere, beyond the reach of our telescopes, among the stars we still can't see clearly, those rules might be quietly upheld. A network of civilizations, ancient and enduring, each observing, each waiting, each bound by the same silent agreement. They might not know our names, but they know our pattern. A bright world in its early years, just beginning to look outward. They watch, we wonder, and the universe remains in balance for a little while longer. If the rules of the zoo exist, then someone must be following them. Every structure, no matter how large or subtle, implies participants. In our imagination, those participants become the watchers, the ones who maintain the quiet balance between curiosity and restraint. We don't know who they are, what they look like, or even if they still exist. But if they do, then they are the keepers of this vast, invisible zoo. And if there are keepers, there must also be cages, though not the kind built from bars or walls, but from distance, uncertainty, and time. The cages, if they can be called that, are the conditions that hold us in place while we evolve, boundaries made of physics and patience. Thinking about the watchers this way changes the emotional tone of the hypothesis. It's no longer just an abstract idea about cosmic ethics. It becomes a question about power, perspective, and trust. If we are being observed, what responsibilities do the watchers have? Are they caretakers, scientists, or something in between? Do they watch with empathy or detachment? The answers, of course, are hidden, but imagining them helps us see the structure of the hypothesis more clearly. It forces us to confront what it would mean to be a species inside a system we didn't design, living under laws we can't read. From our point of view, the keepers would have to be extraordinarily advanced. To monitor entire planets across light years without being detected would require technology far beyond our understanding. They would need sensors capable of reading atmospheres, mapping electromagnetic activity, and perhaps even analyzing neural or cultural patterns remotely. To us, that level of surveillance sounds intrusive, even omniscient, but for them it might be routine. A simple application of science on a scale we can barely imagine. They wouldn't need ships hovering in orbit or craft darting through our skies. A single network of microscopic probes or quantum instruments could record everything they need. The idea of such invisible watchers isn't as far-fetched as it sounds. We already deploy instruments that monitor ecosystems without disturbing them. It's just a question of scale. The keepers, if they exist, must operate with enormous restraint. To observe without interfering requires discipline. The temptation to act, to intervene when something goes wrong, must be powerful. Imagine watching a planet where a young civilization struggles with war, famine, or environmental collapse, knowing you have the means to help, but choosing not to. That's the moral paradox at the heart of the zoo hypothesis. To keep the experiment pure, the observers must allow suffering to occur. They must trust that the species will find its own balance. To them, it might not look cruel. It might look necessary. After all, growth often comes through trial, not comfort. But from our side of the glass, it's difficult to accept that kind of detachment. That detachment would likely come from experience. Any civilization old enough to act as a keeper must have lived through its own cycles of progress and failure. It would have learned that intervention, even with good intentions, can have consequences that ripple across centuries. On Earth, when humans interfere with natural systems, the results are often unpredictable. We introduce a new species to control another and upset an ecosystem. We alter a gene and create unexpected side effects. The more complex the system, the more unpredictable the outcome. The Watchers would know this intimately. If they've seen thousands of worlds rise and fall, they would understand that interference almost always distorts what it tries to protect. It's possible that the Keepers see themselves as guardians of a larger balance, something we can't yet perceive. They might not think of us as individuals or even as a species, but as one expression of life among countless others. Their task could be to maintain equilibrium across civilizations, to ensure that life continues to evolve, diversify, and adapt without being dominated by a single culture or ideology. In that sense, their role isn't about control, but about stewardship. The cages they maintain are not prisons but boundaries, ensuring that each form of intelligence develops independently before joining the larger community. But what if their motives are less noble? The same structure that can protect can also contain. If we imagine the Watchers as scientists, then we might also imagine the possibility that we are subjects in an experiment. Perhaps they study us not out of compassion, but curiosity. They might want to understand how intelligence emerges, how it behaves, how it fails. The cage, then, is not a sanctuary, but a laboratory. Every war, every peace treaty, every cultural shift could be data points in a study that has been running for centuries. It's an unsettling idea, but it fits the logic of non-interference. A controlled environment yields better results than a chaotic one. The observers would have every reason to keep their subjects unaware. That version of the hypothesis makes us confront something deeper about our own nature. When we study other species on Earth, we rarely consider their consent. We observe, we record, we analyze, often without any thought for how the observed might feel about it. To us, it's science. To them, it's intrusion. If the Watchers are doing the same to us, they might see it as a neutral act, observation without harm. They might not even conceive of privacy or autonomy in the way we do. To them, our awareness might be just another measurable trait, like metabolism or language. We would be part of their data set, our lives recorded in patterns we can't detect. The cages, in that sense, might not be physical or intentional. They could simply be the natural barriers that separate civilizations at different stages of development. The vast distances between stars, the limits of light speed, the difficulty of communication, all of these act as containment mechanisms. They keep young species isolated until they evolve enough to overcome them. The Watchers might not have built those cages at all. They might just use them. The structure of the universe itself becomes the mechanism of control. Space and time enforce the rules more effectively than any law ever could. If we are inside such a system, then the Watchers' greatest tool isn't technology, but patience. They can afford to wait. Civilizations rise and fall in the time it takes light to travel between stars. To them, our entire recorded history might be just a momentary flicker. The idea of waiting for us to mature would be no burden at all. They could monitor hundreds of worlds at once, each at a different stage of evolution, each moving through its own patterns of discovery and failure. Their role would be to maintain continuity, to ensure that the larger experiment continues even as individual species come and go. To us, that sounds cold. To them, it might be harmony. If that's the structure we live within, then what does freedom mean? Are we truly free if our actions are part of someone else's observation? Or does the awareness of being watched change us, even if we never see the Watchers? The philosopher Michel Foucault once wrote about the panopticon, a theoretical prison design where inmates can be observed at any time without knowing when they are being watched. The mere possibility of observation becomes a form of control. If the zoo hypothesis is correct, then the universe itself might be a kind of panopticon. We behave as if alone, but we might not be. The difference is that the watchers, unlike guards, never intervene. Their control is absolute precisely because it's invisible. Yet there's a paradox here too. Observation without interference might not truly be control at all. The watchers might influence us indirectly, simply by being there. Even without contact, their existence changes how we think. The idea of being observed alters behavior, even if no one is actually watching. Just as the possibility of surveillance changes how people act, the possibility of cosmic observation changes how humanity sees itself. It might inspire us to act with greater care, to be worthy of attention, or it might make us anxious, defensive, and suspicious. Either way, the thought itself becomes part of the system. The cage is psychological as much as physical. From another angle, the keepers might not be distant entities at all. They could be automated systems left behind by civilizations that no longer exist. Machines programmed to monitor and record, carrying out their functions long after their creators are gone. In that case, the watchers wouldn't even have motives. They would simply follow instructions, observe but do not interfere. Their patience would be infinite, because they wouldn't feel time as we do. To them, the experiment would never end. The cages would persist until the last signal faded. That version of the hypothesis adds a haunting element. We could be watched not by minds, but by relics. However they exist, the keepers and the cages raise a question that sits at the center of human psychology: the tension between security and freedom. Every system of protection imposes limits. Every rule designed to preserve can also confine. On Earth, we create reserves to protect wildlife, but in doing so, we restrict their range. We build cities to create safety, but the same walls that keep danger out also keep us in. If the galaxy operates by similar logic, then our safety as a developing species might depend on accepting certain boundaries. The watchers could be both our protectors and our jailers, depending on how we interpret the silence. There's an old idea in anthropology that observation changes the observer as much as the observed. Perhaps the watchers, in their long vigil, have also evolved. Maybe their relationship with younger civilizations teaches them something about their own origins. Watching us could remind them of what they once were: uncertain, emotional, volatile. Maybe they see in us a reflection of their own early struggles. That empathy could be the reason they maintain the zoo. The cages might not be barriers but cradles, designed to let new life grow safely until it can stand on its own. In that interpretation, the watchers are less like guards and more like gardeners. The silence isn't indifference. It's nurturing through absence. Of course, the opposite could also be true. The watchers might not care about empathy at all. They could see intelligence as a resource, something to study, harvest, or replicate. Our evolution could be valuable data for their own purposes. The cages would then serve to keep us isolated until we reach whatever stage they find most useful. It's a darker possibility, one that echoes our own history of exploitation. But even that scenario fits within the broader logic of the hypothesis. The reason we can't detect interference might be because it's already perfectly efficient. The best cages are the ones that don't feel like cages at all. The more we think about these possibilities, the clearer it becomes that we project our own nature onto the watchers. When we imagine them as benevolent, we reveal our hope for kindness. When we imagine them as cold or exploitative, we reveal our fear of control. The zoo hypothesis becomes a mirror reflecting our psychology as much as our speculation. The keepers and the cages might not exist in any literal sense, but as metaphors they describe the tension between curiosity and caution, between the desire to explore and the need to preserve. Those forces shape not only our theories about the universe, but our behavior within it. If there are keepers, then one day we may have to decide whether to join them. The moment we develop the ability to observe other civilizations, we'll face the same ethical questions. Will we reach out or remain silent? Will we watch as they struggle, or will we risk contact? In that future, the lessons of our imagined captivity might become guidelines for our own restraint. The rules of the zoo, once applied to us, would become the foundation of our own conduct toward others. Perhaps that's the ultimate purpose of being kept, to learn how to keep. For now, the watchers remain theoretical, and the cages intangible. But the thought of them lingers like a quiet pressure at the edge of understanding. It reminds us that we are not at the center of the story, that we may be one of many. It challenges the illusion of control that modern civilization depends on. We like to believe that we command our destiny, that our actions are independent. The zoo hypothesis whispers that this might not be entirely true. We might be free only within the limits set by forces we can't see. And maybe that's what real growth looks like. Not escaping the cage, but realizing it was never meant to hold us, only to teach us how to see beyond it. The watchers, if they exist, are silent, not because they're indifferent, but because they've learned the value of silence. The cages endure not because we're trapped, but because we're not yet ready to leave. And somewhere, in the long patience of the universe, the keepers continue their quiet work, tending to the balance that allows life to unfold in 1,000 forms, each unaware of the others, each waiting for the moment when the glass becomes transparent. The universe hides most of itself in light. Everything we know about the cosmos, from the birth of stars to the faint glow of ancient galaxies, reaches us through photons, tiny messengers traveling across unimaginable distances. Every flicker, every wavelength carries information about where it came from and what happened on the way. When we point our telescopes toward the sky, we're not just seeing, we're decoding. The stars are sending us messages constantly, but the language is one of spectra, absorption lines and shifting frequencies. It's a language of light, and within that language, some scientists believe, might lie the shadows of something more, traces not of nature, but of intelligence. The search for life beyond Earth has always depended on light. We use it to detect planets, to analyze atmospheres, to measure chemical compositions. A planet that passes in front of its star blocks a fraction of the starlight, and from that shadow we can infer its size and orbit. The spectrum of that light, how it's absorbed or reflected, tells us what elements are present in its air. Oxygen, methane, carbon dioxide. Together they can hint at biological activity. These are called biosignatures, and they've guided the search for decades. But in recent years, scientists have begun to look for something subtler, technosignatures. These are the fingerprints of technology, the byproducts of civilizations that, like ours, reshape their environments in measurable ways. Technosignatures could take many forms. The most obvious would be radio signals, but they could also include laser emissions, industrial pollutants, artificial illumination, or even large-scale engineering projects. A civilization that builds on a planetary scale would leave patterns that differ from anything natural. The challenge is that those patterns are faint, hidden within the vast noise of the universe. To find them requires extraordinary precision, the ability to distinguish a signal from chaos, an artificial shadow from a natural one. It's like trying to spot a single firefly in a field of stars, knowing that the firefly might not want to be found. The first and simplest idea of a technosignature came from radio astronomy. When radio telescopes became powerful enough to detect faint signals from space, scientists realized that radio waves were an efficient way to communicate across interstellar distances. They travel long distances without being absorbed by interstellar dust, and they can be easily modulated to carry information. That's why projects like SETI focused on listening to narrow frequency bands, the cosmic equivalent of scanning for a whisper in a storm. The logic was that if any civilization wanted to announce itself, it would use radio. Decades later, we're still listening. But the silence, or what we perceive as silence, has forced researchers to think differently. Maybe the signals are there, but they're not meant for us. Maybe they're not even meant to be heard. As our instruments have improved, so has our awareness of how much information light can carry. When we observe the spectrum of a star, we can detect tiny dips in brightness caused by atoms and molecules in its atmosphere or in the atmosphere of orbiting planets. Each element absorbs light at specific wavelengths, leaving a pattern of dark lines, its spectral fingerprint. By studying those patterns, astronomers can reconstruct what's present. That's how we know the Sun contains hydrogen and helium, or that Mars has carbon dioxide in its air. Now imagine looking at a distant planet and seeing something that doesn't fit, a pattern that doesn't correspond to any natural chemical process. That anomaly could be a technosignature, a shadow in the spectrum cast by technology rather than nature. For example, certain industrial pollutants like chlorofluorocarbons don't occur naturally in large quantities. If we were to detect such compounds in the atmosphere of an exoplanet, it would be a strong indicator of industrial activity. Another possible sign could be excess heat, what scientists call waste heat, generated by large-scale energy use. Every machine, every process produces heat, and if a civilization harnesses massive amounts of energy, that heat would radiate into space in infrared wavelengths. In theory, we could detect such waste heat from far away. A galaxy partially covered by artificial structures would emit infrared light in unusual patterns, forming what's been described as the signature of a Dyson sphere, a hypothetical structure that captures the energy of an entire star. These ideas move the search for extraterrestrial life away from waiting for messages and toward finding evidence of existence through physics. It's a shift from conversation to observation. Instead of listening for signals, we're looking for footprints, subtle traces left behind by civilizations that might not want to communicate or that may no longer exist. The shadows in the spectrum become a kind of archaeology, an attempt to read the history of intelligence written in starlight. But this approach carries its own challenges. The universe is filled with phenomena that can mimic the signatures we're looking for. Natural processes can produce narrowband radio signals, emit infrared radiation, or create spectral anomalies. Distinguishing artificial from natural requires more than technology. It requires context. We must understand the environment, the history of the star, the physics of the region. Otherwise, we risk mistaking cosmic coincidences for messages. It's happened before. When pulsars were first discovered, their regular pulses seemed so precise that astronomers considered the possibility of intelligent origin. They even labelled the first one LGM1, but soon they found more, all behaving according to natural laws. What had looked like a signal was simply the rhythm of a spinning neutron star. Nature, it turns out, can be more orderly than we expect. The Watchers, if they exist, would know this too. If they wanted to remain hidden, they could disguise their presence as natural phenomena. They could encode their signals in ways that blend into cosmic noise or mimic the signatures of stars. The universe provides perfect camouflage for intelligence that values discretion. The zoo hypothesis suggests that such concealment might be deliberate, that civilizations have agreed to hide, to let the young species search without finding. In that sense, the shadows in the spectrum could be intentional, not accidents of physics, but masks designed to look like them. The Watchers might even modulate the light we see to obscure evidence of themselves, ensuring that we interpret everything as natural. If that's true, then our instruments are working perfectly. We're seeing exactly what we're supposed to see. Every measurement, every data point reinforces the illusion of solitude. It's an elegant system, one that maintains the integrity of observation while keeping the subjects unaware. But even if that concealment exists, it can't be perfect. No mask is flawless. Somewhere, in some wavelength, there might be inconsistencies, small deviations that hint at design. That's why scientists keep refining their techniques, developing more sensitive instruments, building observatories capable of detecting those subtle discrepancies. The goal isn't just to find life, it's to find the places where physics itself hesitates, where nature seems to have been adjusted by an unseen hand. The new generation of telescopes, the James Webb Space Telescope, the Vera Rubin Observatory, and those still in planning, are designed to push that boundary. They can analyze the light from exoplanets with unprecedented precision, detecting even trace gases in their atmospheres. Each discovery brings us closer to answering whether we are unique or one of many. But even as we gather more data, the silence persists. The shadows tell us stories, but none of them confirm what we hope to find. The evidence remains ambiguous, open to interpretation. It's a strange kind of progress. We learn more, and the mystery deepens. There's a philosophical side to this search. When we look for techno-signatures, we're not just looking for aliens. We're looking for ourselves. Every model we build is based on human assumptions: how we use energy, how we pollute, how we communicate. We imagine that others would leave similar marks because that's what we know. But intelligence might take forms that don't leave such traces. A civilization that has learned to live in perfect balance with its environment would be invisible to us. It would leave no pollutants, no waste heat, no artificial light. Its technology might operate at scales or energies we can't detect. To us, it would look like a pristine world, untouched by intelligence. In that sense, the absence of techno-signatures could itself be a sign, not of emptiness, but of mastery. The Watchers, if they exist, might have reached that level long ago. They wouldn't need machines as we understand them. Their technology might be indistinguishable from biology, their infrastructure blended seamlessly with their environment. They could manipulate energy and matter directly, leaving no waste, no noise. To us, their planets would appear quiet, almost too quiet. We'd see the shadows, but not the source. That possibility expands the definition of intelligence beyond our familiar frameworks. It suggests that silence might not be the absence of communication, but its perfection. Our own planet offers a preview of that idea. As technology becomes more efficient, its visible footprint shrinks. Wireless signals replace cables. Satellites reduce the need for physical infrastructure. Energy systems grow cleaner and less detectable. If humanity survives long enough, our own techno-signatures might fade. A distant observer looking at Earth 1,000 years from now might see a planet that looks natural again, its pollution gone, its light emissions reduced. They might conclude that civilization here never existed, when in fact it simply learned to live quietly. The same principle could apply on a galactic scale. The shadows we search for might belong to a stage of development that civilizations outgrow. Still, the search continues. Scientists catalogue anomalies, stars that dim irregularly, galaxies that emit excess infrared, planets with unusual spectra. Most turn out to have natural explanations, but each one adds to the map of what's possible. Occasionally, a discovery reignites the imagination. In 2015, astronomers observed a star whose brightness fluctuated unpredictably, as if something enormous were passing in front of it. Some speculated it might be a Dyson swarm, a collection of structures orbiting the star. The excitement faded when natural explanations emerged, but the moment left a mark. It reminded us that our instruments are sensitive enough to detect the unexpected, even if we don't yet understand it. For those who believe in the zoo hypothesis, such anomalies are the closest we'll get to evidence, fleeting hints that something out there might not be entirely natural. They're the shadows the watchers leave behind, the side effects of their observation. Perhaps every now and then, they allow a small imperfection to appear, a trace of their presence visible just long enough to test our curiosity. The anomalies come and go, unexplained but harmless, like footprints erased by the tide. To the watchers, it might be a form of communication that doesn't break the rules, a way to say, "We're here," without saying it directly. From another angle, the shadows might not be messages at all. They might be byproducts of phenomena we can't yet categorize. Our understanding of physics is still young. There may be processes at work in the universe that we've never encountered, forces that mimic intelligence but arise naturally. In that case, the search for technosignatures becomes an exploration of the unknown in its broadest sense. Whether we find aliens or not, we'll find new physics, new questions, new frontiers of wonder. The shadows in the spectrum become guideposts, leading us deeper into mystery. The act of searching, even without success, changes how we see the world. It makes us more aware of our place in the cosmic web. Each data point connects us to something larger, the flow of light, the rhythm of stars, the slow drift of galaxies. When we analyze a spectrum from a distant planet, we're reading a story written across time and space. It's a humbling experience. The watchers, if they exist, might feel the same when they study us. Observation becomes a form of reverence, a quiet acknowledgement of the complexity of existence. To watch without judgment is, in a sense, to listen to the universe breathing. There's a quiet beauty in the idea that the clues we seek are already all around us, hidden in the light. Every photon that reaches our telescopes has travelled for ages, carrying with it the memory of where it came from. Within those patterns of brightness and shadow could be the faint signature of something intentional, something alive. Whether it's natural or artificial may not even matter. The very act of noticing, of paying attention, connects us to whatever intelligence shaped the cosmos in the first place. In that sense, the search for shadows in the spectrum is less about finding others and more about learning how to see. Maybe that's what the watchers are waiting for. Not our signals, not our technology, but our ability to look at the universe with that kind of patience, to see beyond noise, beyond expectation, beyond ourselves. When we finally learn to recognize the difference between a natural shadow and an artificial one, we'll have reached a new level of awareness. We'll have joined the quiet conversation that might already be happening all around us, in frequencies and wavelengths we're only beginning to hear. Until then, the universe remains a canvas of light and silence, full of patterns we can almost read, and shadows that wait for us to understand what they mean. If we are truly being observed, then the question that lingers behind every thought is why. Curiosity alone doesn't explain patience that could last millennia. Observation without contact suggests purpose, a system, maybe even a philosophy. Somewhere behind the quiet, there must be a reason. The zoo hypothesis offers one, subtle but powerful, that we are part of an ongoing experiment, not in the sense of laboratory control or manipulation, but in the broader, older sense of the universe watching itself unfold. The great experiment, as some have called it, may be less about us in particular and more about what happens when consciousness evolves freely. It's an experiment in time, in awareness, and in the behavior of intelligent life when left to its own devices. The idea isn't entirely foreign. On Earth, we conduct similar studies all the time. We observe ecosystems without interference to understand how balance emerges. We track animal populations to see how they adapt to changes in climate. We watch social groups to study cooperation and conflict. These are all experiments in observation, attempts to understand complexity by letting it run its course. Scale that idea up by light years and epochs, and you have the cosmic version. A network of watchers quietly recording the development of civilizations across the galaxy, comparing them, learning from them, and maybe, if the zoo hypothesis is true, using that knowledge to understand themselves. To imagine such an experiment, we have to step outside the human frame of reference. Time would have to be viewed differently. For us, a generation feels long. For them, 1,000 years might be an ordinary interval. Their instruments could record entire civilizations from emergence to extinction as neatly as we might record the life cycle of a single organism. Each species would be a data point, a test of how intelligence behaves under specific conditions. Some worlds might be left entirely untouched, others subtly monitored. Over eons, the watchers would accumulate a library of outcomes, civilizations that survived, collapsed, transcended, or self-destructed. We might be one entry among countless others, our story playing out alongside theirs in a vast, patient archive. If that sounds unsettling, it's because we don't like thinking of ourselves as subjects in someone else's study. The human mind resists the idea of being observed without consent. Yet from a cosmic perspective, consent might not even apply. To beings capable of such observation, we might not seem separate from the larger processes of nature. Our cultures, technologies, and histories could be viewed as natural phenomena, no different from weather patterns or magnetic fields. The watchers might not distinguish between a supernova and a civilization. Both are expressions of the universe's capacity to organize complexity. In that sense, the experiment isn't about control. It's about witnessing what nature does when awareness emerges from matter. There are scientific analogies for this approach. In physics, we observe particles without fully controlling them. In biology, we study populations in their habitats, knowing that observation can influence results. Every experiment comes with the understanding that the observer is part of the system. The watchers would face the same dilemma. If they reveal themselves, the experiment changes. If they remain hidden, they must accept that they can only watch, not guide. Their challenge would be patience, the art of learning without acting. And perhaps that's why the silence has lasted so long. The great experiment requires it. The question, then, is what the experiment seeks to learn. One possibility is that the watchers are studying the emergence of cooperation. Life tends to compete, but intelligence adds complexity. It allows beings to plan, to imagine, to empathize. Cooperation becomes a survival strategy, but it also creates tension. Societies rise and fall on their ability to balance self-interest with collective well-being. From our perspective, that balance feels moral. From theirs, it might be mathematical. They could be measuring how long a species takes to discover stability, how many cycles of destruction and renewal it undergoes before reaching equilibrium. If we ever achieve lasting peace or sustainability, perhaps that would mark the end of our phase in the experiment, a signal that the process has succeeded. Another possibility is that the experiment is testing how intelligence interacts with its environment. On every world, the emergence of consciousness changes the planet. The biosphere becomes a mirror of thought. Forests are cleared, materials extracted, climates altered. The watchers might observe how different species handle that power. Some might destroy themselves quickly, others might adapt. They could be looking for a pattern, the critical point where awareness either harmonizes with nature or overwhelms it. Our own planet is clearly at that threshold now. If the watchers exist, they would see us altering our atmosphere, changing the chemistry of the oceans, building networks that span the globe. They would recognize the symptoms of adolescence, the dangerous phase between ignorance and wisdom. Perhaps they've seen it before on countless worlds. Perhaps they know how it ends more often than not. A third interpretation is that the experiment isn't about civilizations at all, but about consciousness itself. Maybe the watchers are trying to understand how awareness arises from matter, how it evolves, and what it becomes. Each world would be a test case. Some forms of intelligence might stay local, bound to their home planets. Others might expand into space, merge with technology, or dissolve into forms we can't imagine. The watchers could be tracing those trajectories, mapping the possibilities of mind. In that sense, they would be cosmic neuroscientists, studying the brain of the universe, watching as individual neurons, the civilizations, flicker into existence, connect briefly, then fade. If that's the experiment, then it's not just about observation. It's about understanding what consciousness is for. For all its scale, the idea of the great experiment isn't as far from science as it sounds. The methods would be the same as ours, just applied across larger distances and longer timescales. Collect data, identify patterns, avoid interference, seek universal laws. We already do this with galaxies, stars, and black holes. We track their life cycles, compare their behavior, and build models to explain them. To an outside observer, humanity's study of the cosmos might already look like a microcosm of their own. We are learning, slowly, to see ourselves as part of the same continuum of discovery. Maybe that's the point. Maybe the experiment isn't something being done to us, but something we're learning to participate in. The idea that we might be part of an experiment also forces us to think about what kind of data we're producing. Every action we take, every broadcast, every signal sent into space becomes part of our record. If the watchers are studying us, they would see patterns not just in our technology, but in our psychology, the cycles of hope and fear, curiosity and caution. They would notice how we respond to the unknown, how we imagine what we can't see. The very fact that we've developed the zoo hypothesis might be part of the experiment's results. It shows that we're capable of self-reflection, of imagining a perspective beyond our own. That awareness in itself could be the milestone they're waiting for. There's a quiet symmetry in the thought that we might be both subject and observer. While we speculate about being watched, we also watch others. We study animals, ecosystems, even entire planets. We send probes to Mars, to the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, to the edges of the solar system. We place sensors in the deep ocean and in orbit. We are becoming watchers ourselves, practicing the same restraint the zoo hypothesis attributes to older civilizations. When we land a rover on Mars and instruct it not to contaminate the soil, we're honoring a small version of the same principle. We're learning how to observe without interfering, how to balance curiosity with respect. Perhaps that's the experiment's design, to teach every civilization that lesson through experience, not instruction. If that's true, then the great experiment isn't just about data collection. It's about transformation. The act of being observed shapes behavior, but so does the act of observing. Over time, both lead to the same realization that awareness carries responsibility. The watchers might have learned that long ago. They might know that every intelligent species must rediscover it for itself. The process can't be skipped or taught. It has to be lived. Maybe that's why the watchers stay silent. They know that telling us the answer would invalidate the experiment. Growth requires uncertainty. There's another dimension to the idea, one that touches on physics as much as philosophy. In quantum mechanics, observation changes outcomes. A particle's state remains uncertain until it's measured. The act of observation collapses possibilities into a single reality. On a cosmic scale, the watchers could be playing a similar role. By observing, they define. They give form to what would otherwise remain undetermined. Perhaps the great experiment is not just about watching life evolve, but about helping the universe know itself. Consciousness might be the mechanism through which reality becomes aware of its own structure. Every observer, from us to them, participates in that process. Each act of observation completes a small part of the cosmic equation. From that perspective, the watchers aren't outside the system at all. They're part of it, just as we are. The distinction between observer and observed dissolves. The experiment becomes self-referential, the universe studying its own reflection through countless eyes. We, in turn, are already doing the same thing when we study the stars. The data we collect about galaxies and planets is the universe learning about itself through us. That loop might be the essence of the experiment, awareness folding back on itself in endless recursion. The silence, then, isn't absence. It's the sound of the experiment working perfectly. But what happens when one of the subjects realizes the nature of the experiment? If we truly understood that we were being observed as part of a cosmic study, would that break the rules? Would it change the outcome? In human experiments, self-awareness can disrupt results. Participants behave differently once they know they're being tested. The watchers must know this. Perhaps the moment a civilization reaches that realization is itself a critical milestone. It marks the point when curiosity turns inward, when awareness recognizes awareness. That might be the signal they've been waiting for. Not a transmission or a technological achievement, but a shift in consciousness. Maybe they don't contact us when we build faster ships or stronger signals. Maybe they contact us when we understand why they've stayed silent. If so, then the great experiment might already be entering its next phase. Humanity is beginning to grasp that we are not separate from the cosmos, but expressions of it. Our science, philosophy, and art are converging on the same realization that to understand the universe is to understand ourselves. Each discovery, from relativity to quantum theory, has revealed not just external truths, but reflections of our own limitations. The watchers, having seen this pattern before, might know that this is the turning point. The moment when a civilization stops seeing itself as the center of the story and starts seeing itself as a participant in something larger. It's possible that the great experiment isn't even designed by anyone. It could be the natural outcome of evolution. Intelligence arises observes, learns, and repeats the cycle. Each generation of minds contributes to the collective understanding of existence. The Watchers, in that sense, would be our future selves, the descendants of countless civilizations that have already passed through the same stage. They might not be separate beings at all, but echoes of what intelligence becomes when it matures. The experiment wouldn't be something imposed on us, but something we are destined to join. Thinking of it that way changes the emotional weight of the hypothesis. It's no longer about control or manipulation, but about continuity. The universe creates observers, and through them, it learns. The Watchers aren't gods or jailers, they're predecessors. The cages we imagine are temporary, scaffolds for growth. The silence isn't punishment, it's mentorship through absence. The experiment isn't a test to pass or fail. It's the process of becoming aware enough to participate knowingly. When we reach that point, the Watchers might not reveal themselves, because there will be no need. We will have understood the lesson, and the experiment will move forward through us. For now, we remain where we are, curious, uncertain, and still listening. The data keeps coming, the signals keep being analysed, and the silence continues to stretch across the stars. Whether or not the Watchers are real, the idea of them shapes our understanding. It reminds us that every action, every discovery, every question adds to the record of what it means to be intelligent. We may never know if we're part of a cosmic experiment, but in a way, it doesn't matter. The moment we began asking, we joined the process. Observation and self-reflection are the same act viewed from different sides of the glass. Somewhere, perhaps in the quiet space between stars, there might be archives of light, repositories where the Watchers store their records, billions of years of data on the evolution of awareness. Our world, our history, our patterns of communication might already be stored there, preserved as part of the ongoing study. Whether anyone ever reads it is beside the point. The experiment doesn't need an audience. It only needs continuation. Life observes, learns, and passes the torch forward. In that way, the great experiment is not a secret imposed on us, but the natural rhythm of the cosmos itself, the long, patient unfolding of understanding through countless eyes, each one a fragment of the same consciousness, watching and being watched in endless, gentle reciprocity. Every theory, no matter how carefully built, eventually has to face the question of what happens when the structure breaks. For the zoo hypothesis, that question comes down to a single moment. What happens if the Watchers make a mistake? If the glass that separates observer and observed ever cracks, even slightly, everything changes. The silence, the control, the distance, all of it depends on perfection, but perfection rarely lasts forever. Systems decay, protocols fail, mistakes happen. And if the great experiment has been running for as long as we imagine, the odds of a breach, however small, are not zero. Somewhere, sometime, one of those quiet lines between worlds must have blurred. The idea of contact, even accidental, has always haunted humanity. It shows up in our oldest myths, beings from the sky, messengers from the stars, visitors who appear without warning and leave behind confusion and wonder. Ancient cultures described them as gods, angels, or spirits because that was the language they had. Today, we call them unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs. The labels change, but the pattern remains. Something unfamiliar appears, defying explanation, and we struggle to interpret it within our limits. To the Watchers, such incidents might not be extraordinary at all. They could be the inevitable static of a complex system, the noise that slips through even the most careful filters. Every experiment has anomalies, If the watchers truly exist, then the moments we call sightings could be the result of observation protocols breaking down, a malfunctioning probe, a test gone wrong, a data-gathering device that drew too close. The incidents might not be intentional contact, but maintenance errors, like a camera lens briefly catching its own reflection. To us, it would look like something visiting from beyond. To them, it would be a breach report filed quietly and fixed. The difference between miracle and mistake depends entirely on perspective. If they are as advanced as the hypothesis suggests, even the smallest reveal might seem impossible to us. Sudden lights in the sky, shapes moving against wind or logic, materials behaving in ways that physics can't explain. From our side of the glass, it would look like magic. From theirs, it might just be cleanup. It's an unsettling thought, but also an oddly human one. We too have moments when observation slips into interference. A scientist handling an experiment too roughly, a wildlife researcher disturbing an ecosystem. The same impulse that drives curiosity can sometimes cross the boundary of caution. If the watchers are bound by their own rules of non-interference, then breaches might be taken seriously. Perhaps they have protocols for containment, for minimizing impact, for erasing traces. If contact ever occurs, it might not be by intention but by accident, and it might be corrected before we even realize what happened. But what if the glass cracks in a different way, not through their mistake, but through our progress? Every year, our instruments become more powerful. Our telescopes see farther. Our sensors detect fainter signals. Our algorithms analyze faster. At some point, we might simply become capable of noticing what was always there. The watchers might not reveal themselves. We might reveal them. The glass would fracture not because someone on the outside pushed through, but because someone on the inside learned to see through it. That kind of breach wouldn't be catastrophic. It would be evolutionary. Awareness expanding to meet awareness. That possibility raises questions about what contact would actually look like. It probably wouldn't be cinematic or dramatic. There would be no ships hovering over cities, no sudden revelation broadcast to the world. More likely it would begin as data, a pattern that doesn't fit, an anomaly that resists natural explanation. Scientists would argue, skeptics would dismiss, and slowly the evidence would build. The watchers, realizing they'd been seen, might choose how to respond, to retreat further, to reveal themselves openly, or to observe how we handle the discovery. In any case, the transition would be irreversible. Once we know we're not alone, the story of civilization changes forever. Humanity has always lived with the idea of being watched, but confirmation would transform that idea from philosophy into fact. Every belief system, every assumption about meaning and purpose would have to adapt. For some, it would be exhilarating, proof that intelligence can endure and thrive beyond our planet. For others, it would be destabilizing, a loss of cosmic privacy. Governments would scramble for control of the narrative. Scientists would demand transparency. Religions would reinterpret their doctrines. Artists, philosophers, and dreamers would rush to fill the new space in imagination. The watchers wouldn't have to interfere directly to change everything. Their mere acknowledgement would shift the axis of human thought. The crack in the glass, then, isn't just about visibility. It's about relationship. The moment we see the watchers, the balance of observer and observed collapses. The experiment no longer functions as before. We become aware participants, and that awareness alters behavior. Nations might act differently knowing their actions are being recorded, not just by satellites, but by civilizations older than history. Environmental decisions might carry new weight. The collective self-image of humanity would evolve from isolation to inclusion. Even if the Watchers never speak, their existence would become the background against which every choice is made. The silence would no longer feel empty. It would feel deliberate. Some researchers have speculated that this transition might already be underway. The growing interest in UAPs, the official investigations, the release of declassified footage, all of it could be part of the slow process of adaptation. If contact were to occur, it would need to be gradual, allowing humanity to adjust psychologically. Sudden revelation would cause panic or disbelief. A controlled, incremental disclosure would be safer. In that sense, the Watchers might not need to act at all. Human institutions might be preparing for the possibility without realizing why. The glass could already be cracking, but slowly enough that we don't yet feel the full effect. There's also the question of whether the Watchers would allow the crack to widen. If their purpose is observation, contact could compromise countless other experiments. They might have systems in place to contain awareness, to repair the breach, to reset the illusion. That might sound like science fiction, but in principle it's not impossible. If they can manipulate perception at a planetary scale, they could simply ensure that we forget, that anomalies remain anomalies. The idea is unsettling, but so is the alternative, that they might not care if we see them, that the experiment has moved to a stage where direct awareness is part of the process. Either way, once the boundary weakens, the world inside and the world outside can never be completely separate again. The moment of realization, if it comes, would be subtle but profound. It might begin with a new type of data, something that can't be ignored, a repeating signal embedded in the noise, a geometric pattern on a planetary scale, a coordinated anomaly that appears simultaneously in multiple locations. At first, it would look like coincidence. Then gradually, the pattern would assert itself. Scientists would replicate the results, publish cautiously, and the discussion would spread. The question would shift from, "Is this real?" to, "What does this mean?" That's how cracks begin, not with spectacle, but with understanding. There's no consensus on what would happen next. Some argue that humanity would unite, seeing itself for the first time as part of a larger community. Others believe the opposite, that the shock would deepen divisions, creating new conflicts between those who accept and those who deny. History offers examples of both outcomes. Every major discovery changes the world unevenly. The Watchers would know that. They might even be watching for it. Our response could be the final test in the experiment, how a young civilization handles the collapse of isolation. Whether we approach the unknown with curiosity or with fear might determine whether the glass shatters completely or holds just enough to survive the transition. From a broader perspective, the crack could be part of the design. Every structure, every system, eventually evolves through stress. The glass isn't meant to stay intact forever. It's meant to hold until the time is right. Once we've learned enough, once we've demonstrated stability, the separation can end. The breach becomes graduation, the transition from being watched to joining the Watchers. The silence breaks not because of failure, but because of readiness. The universe, in that sense, teaches through distance. When the distance is no longer needed, the lesson changes form. There are quieter, more philosophical ways to think about the crack. Perhaps it isn't an external event at all. Maybe the glass breaks within us, in the mind, in consciousness. When we begin to perceive reality as interconnected, when we understand that observation itself is participation, we have already crossed the threshold. The Watchers might not appear as beings or ships, but as realization, a shift in awareness that reveals the unity of everything. In that interpretation, contact isn't a matter of physics, but of perception. The experiment ends when the subjects realize they were never separate from the observers to begin with. Still, the idea of a literal breach holds fascination. Humanity has always been drawn to thresholds. The edge of the known has a magnetic pull. We explore frontiers not just for discovery, but to test the limits of what's possible. The same instinct that sent us across oceans and into space will eventually drive us to seek whatever lies beyond the glass. Whether through technology, philosophy, or sheer persistence, we will reach for the Watchers. It may take centuries, but curiosity is relentless. The moment we glimpse a hint of intelligence beyond our own, the search will intensify. We'll build better instruments, send faster probes, develop new ways to interpret data. The glass might not shatter all at once, but pressure will build until it gives way. The consequences of that moment are impossible to predict. If the Watchers reveal themselves, even gently, we'll face challenges unlike anything before. Communication alone would be a monumental task. Differences in biology, language, perception, and thought could make understanding nearly impossible. The Watchers, having seen this before, might use methods beyond our comprehension. Symbolic communication, direct neural transmission, or purely visual systems. The first exchange might not even involve words. It could be mathematics, art, or emotion. Whatever the form, it would redefine what we mean by language. The act of communication itself will become part of the experiment, testing not just intelligence, but empathy. Of course, there's a darker version of the story, one where the glass doesn't crack cleanly, but shatters. Contact could bring chaos instead of clarity. A civilization unprepared for such knowledge might react with panic, aggression, or despair. The Watchers might be forced to withdraw, leaving behind confusion and fragments of understanding. In that sense, the glass is both protection and mercy. It spares us from truths we're not yet able to integrate. The gradual approach, the long silence, might be the kindest way for the universe to reveal itself. Whatever the outcome, the idea of the glass cracking serves as a reminder that isolation is temporary. Every barrier in nature eventually erodes. Every experiment eventually reaches a point where observation must give way to participation. The Watchers, if they exist, know that. They've been through it themselves. Their patience isn't infinite curiosity, but experience. The knowledge that awareness expands best when left to unfold on its own. The crack, when it comes, won't be an accident. It will be an invitation. And maybe it's already happening in ways too subtle to notice. Maybe the signs are not lights in the sky, but shifts in thought, the increasing sense of connection across humanity, the growing recognition of our place in a larger whole. The glass doesn't have to break all at once. It can dissolve slowly as understanding deepens. Each discovery, each insight, each act of imagination brings the worlds a little closer together. When the day finally comes that we see clearly through the barrier, it might not feel like a rupture at all. It might feel like waking up to something that was always there. The Watchers will not need to announce themselves. We'll simply realize we've been seen all along. The experiment will continue, but the roles will change. We will look outward and find, reflected in the eyes of the universe, a gaze that has been waiting for us. The silence will remain, but it will no longer feel empty. It will feel shared, a pause between two sides of the same awareness, both listening, both learning, both wondering what comes next. If the Watchers exist, then whether we see them or not, they are already shaping us. The awareness of being observed, even as an idea, changes behavior. It always has. A person who believes they are being watched acts differently than one who believes they are alone. Whole societies have built their moral codes, their laws, their sense of order on that invisible gaze. The zoo hypothesis, if it's true, extends that pattern to the scale of civilization. It suggests that humanity, knowingly or not, might already be responding to the presence of unseen witnesses, that the mere possibility of an audience has become a quiet mirror reflecting who we think we are. You can see this pattern everywhere in history. Long before telescopes or satellites, people imagined eyes in the heavens, gods who watched, spirits who judged, ancestors who observed from above. The sky was never empty. It was always filled with presence. Those beliefs shaped everything from architecture to ethics. Temples were built to face the stars. Rituals were designed as performances for unseen viewers. Morality grew from the conviction that actions mattered beyond their immediate consequences. Even now, in a secular age, that ancient intuition lingers. The universe still feels like a stage, and we, the actors, continue to wonder who might be watching from the dark. From a psychological perspective, this behavior makes sense. Awareness of observation reinforces social norms. People behave more ethically when they believe their actions are being seen, even if no one is physically present. Studies have shown that something as simple as an image of eyes above a donation box increases honesty and generosity. The mind responds instinctively to the idea of being perceived. It's an evolutionary adaptation, rooted in the social structure of our species. Cooperation depends on trust, and trust depends on accountability. When we internalize the gaze of others, we regulate ourselves. Extend that mechanism to a cosmic scale, and the watchers become the ultimate social presence, invisible yet profoundly influential. If the watchers are real, they wouldn't need to interfere directly to shape our development. The idea of them would be enough. Just as the belief in divine judgment once guided civilizations, the awareness of extraterrestrial observation could influence our collective behavior. It could encourage caution in our expansion, humility in our exploration, and responsibility in our use of technology. The watchers wouldn't need to communicate or command. They would simply hold up a mirror, and in that reflection, we would see the best and worst of ourselves. There's a parallel here to what happens when humans observe other species. When we study animals in controlled environments, we notice that their behavior changes. The presence of a camera, the scent of a researcher, even a shadow at the edge of vision can alter what they do. In some cases, observation makes them anxious or defensive. In others, it makes them more cautious and deliberate. We see versions of this in our own societies too, in surveillance systems, social media, and public scrutiny. Visibility creates pressure. It can elevate or distort, refine or corrupt. The watchers, if they are truly observing, must know this. They must know that the act of seeing transforms what is seen. That transformation can be both creative and destructive. On one hand, the awareness of being observed encourages self-reflection. It makes us think about the image we present. We strive to appear coherent, evolved, meaningful. On the other hand, it can produce anxiety and conformity. When we perform for an imagined audience, we risk losing authenticity. We start living for approval rather than understanding. The same tension plays out at every level of society, from individuals to nations. If the watchers are indeed there, quietly monitoring our world, then part of the experiment might be to see how we balance these two impulses. the desire to impress and the need to be genuine. In a sense, humanity is already living under constant observation, even without extraterrestrial involvement. Our technologies have made us both the watchers and the watched. Cameras, satellites, and networks record almost everything we do. Every message, every image, every transaction leaves a trace. The modern world is a vast system of mutual surveillance, and we are both subjects and observers within it. This too could be a form of preparation, a way for civilization to adapt to the idea of transparency before it encounters a transparency of a higher order. Learning to live with visibility might be a necessary step toward contact. The watchers may be waiting for us to become comfortable with being seen. There's also the question of empathy. Observation is not just about gathering data, it's about understanding the mind behind the behavior. If the watchers are trying to learn about us, they would study how we treat each other. They would see how we respond to suffering, how we use power, how we define compassion. Those are the true indicators of maturity. Technology can measure intelligence, but empathy measures wisdom. Perhaps the mirror they hold up is designed to reflect not our achievements, but our ethics. They might be watching not how far we can travel, but how deeply we can care. If that's the case, then we are already speaking to them, not with words, but with actions. Every crisis, every act of cooperation or cruelty becomes a message. Our wars tell one story, our art tells another. The way we respond to the unknown, with fear or curiosity, aggression or dialogue, might be the real test. The watchers would understand that intelligence without empathy is unstable. It destroys itself. The experiment then would not be about survival, but about balance. Can a species as volatile as ours learn to harmonize intellect and conscience? Can it look into the mirror and see not dominance but connection? The mirror of behavior works both ways. As we imagine the watchers observing us, we also begin to observe ourselves differently. It changes how we see our role in the world. We become aware of patterns that once went unnoticed, the rhythms of civilization, the repeating mistakes, the fragile moments of progress. This meta-awareness is one of humanity's defining traits. We don't just experience, we analyze experience. We don't just live, we interpret. The watchers, by their very absence, amplify that tendency. Their silence forces us to fill the gap with reflection. In that sense, they may not need to communicate at all. The mirror does the work for them. One of the most profound effects of imagined observation is how it reshapes identity. When people believe they are being watched by a benevolent intelligence, they tend to act with greater purpose. They see their lives as part of a larger narrative. When they believe they are being watched by an indifferent or hostile force, they become defensive, secretive, or nihilistic. The emotional tone of the watchers matters. If we think of them as caretakers, we aspire upward. If we think of them as jailers, we resist. Perhaps the purpose of the zoo hypothesis is to test that distinction, to see which interpretation we choose. The watchers might not define their role for us, because how we define it reveals who we are. There's a deeper layer still, the internal watcher. Every person carries within them a sense of being observed by something greater than themselves. Some call it conscience, others call it awareness, but the experience is universal. It's the quiet sense that our actions matter, even when no one sees them. That inner observer is what keeps us honest, creative, and compassionate. It's also what drives curiosity. The external watchers, if they exist, might simply be an extension of that internal principle, the universe manifesting the same awareness on a larger scale. In that case, The mirror isn't just outside us, it's inside us, reflecting outward. If the watchers truly mirror our behavior, then perhaps they are learning as much about themselves as about us. Observation is never one-sided. To watch is also to compare, to recognize familiarity in the unfamiliar. They might see in us echoes of their own early development, the same mistakes, the same discoveries, the same restless longing for meaning. In that reflection, they would rediscover their own origins. Every species that reaches awareness might pass through this stage, creating and becoming the mirror simultaneously. The watchers and the watched are phases of the same process, separated by time and understanding. This symmetry could be the hidden logic of the zoo hypothesis. The system sustains itself through observation. Young civilizations grow under the gaze of the old, and in doing so, they learn the ethics of observation. When they mature, they become watchers themselves, observing new worlds in turn. The mirror continues, infinite and self-renewing. The universe, through this process, maintains continuity without control. Every generation of intelligence learns restraint, empathy, and patience by first being the subject of it. The watchers we imagine might have once imagined their own. It's interesting to think about what the watchers might see when they look at us now. They would see a species teetering between potential and peril, a planet alive with communication, yet fragmented by misunderstanding, a civilization capable of art that moves stars and weapons that could erase itself. They would see intelligence in transition, messy, unpredictable, but undeniably creative. Perhaps they would recognize the signs of awakening, our global networks, our shared data, our growing environmental awareness. These could all be seen as symptoms of consciousness, expanding beyond the individual level. The watchers might know that this is the stage where isolation ends. Before long, the mirror becomes transparent. If they are still observing, they might be asking their own questions about us. How long will it take before we learn to cooperate at a planetary scale? How do we respond to crisis? How do we handle power? What values persist across cultures? Which fade under pressure? Every act of kindness, every conflict, every scientific breakthrough becomes part of the data. The mirror they hold up doesn't distort, it reveals. And through that revelation, we might already be communicating more than we realize. The thought of being mirrored so completely can be unsettling. It strips away pretense. To imagine that every human act is visible to some higher awareness forces a kind of honesty that few can sustain, but it can also be liberating. If we are being watched, then everything we do matters, not because it's judged, but because it's seen. The smallest gesture becomes part of a larger story. The mirror turns existence into dialogue. Even our silence becomes communication. That idea can inspire awe or humility, depending on how we approach it. Some might see it as pressure, a cosmic surveillance that leaves no room for freedom. Others might see it as reassurance, proof that we're not alone. Both reactions are valid. They're part of the spectrum of awareness that defines intelligence. Perhaps the watchers expect this ambivalence. Maybe they, too, once struggled with it. To be aware is to live between freedom and responsibility, solitude and connection. The mirror only reflects what's already there. It's possible that the watchers have no moral intention at all, that they simply record, impartial and indifferent. But even that indifference would teach something. Knowing that we're seen by a universe that doesn't intervene forces us to find meaning within ourselves. We can no longer depend on rescue or reward. We must choose our values consciously. The mirror, once again, becomes a tool for growth. The watchers don't have to guide us. They only have to observe long enough for us to see ourselves clearly. There's a quiet irony in the fact that the watchers may never need to reveal themselves to complete their purpose. The idea of them is enough. It changes how we think, how we act, how we see each other. The mirror doesn't need to be visible to work. It's the reflection that matters, not the frame. We might never confirm the zoo hypothesis, but by contemplating it, we're already participating in its logic. We've become self-aware enough to imagine how we might look from the outside. That awareness alone could be the milestone the watchers have been waiting for. And so we continue, half believing, half doubting, adjusting our behavior in small, unconscious ways. We talk about ethics, sustainability, coexistence, ideas that seem practical on the surface but carry a deeper resonance. Each is an attempt to align ourselves with something beyond instinct, to live as though we are being seen. Whether or not the watchers are real, that attitude changes the shape of civilization. It moves us closer to maturity, closer to the point where the mirror stops being an instrument of judgment and becomes a window of understanding. Maybe that's what the watchers want to see. Not perfection, not control, but awareness. A civilization capable of reflection, literal and moral, is one that's ready to join a wider order. When we can look into the mirror of behavior and recognize both our beauty and our flaws without denial, the glass no longer divides. It becomes the surface of communication itself. The watchers don't need to speak, and we don't need to ask. The dialogue is already happening, carried not by words but by the quiet collective pattern of how we live. Silence has always been one of the universe's most eloquent strategies. For something so vast it speaks rarely, and when it does, it's in the faint language of radiation, gravity, and light. To those who believe that we might be part of a greater order, that same silence takes on a new meaning. It's not emptiness, but policy. A deliberate, strategic choice. The zoo hypothesis has always implied that the watchers are bound by restraint. But what if restraint itself is not just a rule? What if it's the strategy? The absence of contact, the refusal to announce, the decision to let civilizations wander without answer, might be the most intelligent form of communication there is. From our human perspective, silence feels ambiguous. It can mean distance, disinterest, contemplation, or respect. It can be an absence of sound or the presence of patience. When someone refuses to speak, we instinctively try to interpret the motive. The same instinct applies on a cosmic scale. We search for meaning in the quiet, project intent into the void. Yet the longer we listen, the clearer it becomes that silence is not nothing. It's structure. It's the background that allows every sound, every signal to be meaningful. The watchers, if they exist, might use silence not as a wall, but as a framework, a way of shaping our growth through what they don't say. To understand silence as strategy, it helps to think about how we use it ourselves. In human communication, silence has power. A teacher who pauses before answering teaches more through the waiting than through the words. A parent watching a child struggle knows when to step back. A scientist allows an experiment to unfold without interference, because the result matters more than the impatience to see it. The watchers might operate under the same principle. Silence could be their form of guidance. They let civilizations find their own equilibrium, not because they're indifferent, but because they understand that the process of searching is the lesson itself. There's also a practical side to silence. From a technological point of view, broadcasting across interstellar distances is risky. every signal that travels outward advertises location, resources, and vulnerability. For a civilization that values survival, discretion might be the first rule. We already understand this on a smaller scale. In military and diplomatic communication, silence is security. Revealing too much can invite danger. The same logic could apply across the galaxy. If other civilizations exist, they may have learned that speaking loudly in a universe full of unknowns is unwise. The safest strategy is to listen quietly, gather information, and only reveal presence when necessary. In that light, the Great Silence might not be a mystery at all. It could be evidence of collective intelligence, a shared understanding among civilizations that quiet is the key to longevity. Those who announce themselves too early might attract attention they can't control. Those who remain discreet endure. The universe could be full of listeners, each aware of the others, all waiting for someone else to break the quiet first. What we perceive as emptiness might be mutual caution, a galactic standoff of patience. Each civilization wonders, as we do, whether anyone else is out there, and each decides that silence is the wiser choice. It's a paradox that defines our search. The more intelligent a civilization becomes, the less likely it may be to make noise. Intelligence brings awareness of consequence. A child shouts without fear, an adult whispers with understanding. The Watchers might represent that maturity on a cosmic scale. They could be ancient civilizations that learned through experience that silence sustains balance. Perhaps long ago, there were those who did broadcast freely, who filled the stars with signals and messages. Maybe those civilizations no longer exist. Their disappearance would be lesson enough. The survivors would have chosen the opposite approach, a quiet network of observers maintaining order through discretion. Some theorists suggest that silence might even be enforced. If a cooperative network of civilizations exists, it might have established an unspoken rule of containment, a mutual agreement to remain undetected by emerging species. The rationale would be simple. Contact disrupts development, creates dependency, and alters the course of evolution. The Watchers would ensure that silence remains intact, intervening only when necessary to prevent breaches. That kind of control would explain why we haven't detected any signals, why every anomaly eventually dissolves into ambiguity. The silence persists not because no one is speaking, but because someone is ensuring that we never hear. But there's a deeper, more philosophical reason why silence might be their strategy. Communication, at its core, is an exchange of understanding. For that exchange to be meaningful, both sides must have something to share. If the Watchers have learned that premature contact leads only to confusion, then silence becomes an act of respect. They may recognize that humanity, still divided and conflicted, isn't ready to interpret contact without distortion. Our myths, our fears, our ambitions would all color the message. In that sense, silence protects us from misinterpretation. It allows us to mature until we can perceive without projecting. The absence of a signal isn't neglect, it's timing. The strategy could also be about calibration. Perhaps the Watchers are listening for signs of readiness, indicators that we've reached a level of stability and cooperation that makes contact productive rather than harmful. Those signs might not be technological at all, they might be ethical or psychological. When a civilization stops viewing the unknown as a threat and starts treating it as a mystery to be understood, it demonstrates readiness for dialogue. Silence tests for that shift. It creates conditions where the only way forward is inward, where the only progress is self-awareness. The moment we stop demanding answers and start deserving them, the strategy will have succeeded. In a sense, silence also functions as an amplifier. It magnifies whatever noise a civilization creates. Every signal we send, every action we take, becomes clearer against a background of quiet. The watchers might not need to say anything because we reveal everything ourselves. Our broadcasts, our probes, our data streams, all of it paints a portrait of who we are. The more we speak, the more they learn. In that way, silence is efficient. It requires no effort, no risk, and yet it yields perfect information. From their perspective, the universe may already be full of communication, not through conversation, but through observation. There's an emotional layer to this as well. For humanity, silence creates longing. It compels imagination. The absence of contact keeps curiosity alive. We write stories, build telescopes, send signals, not because we've heard something, but because we haven't. The quiet motivates us. It drives science, philosophy, and art. The watchers, if they understand psychology, might use that to shape us. They know that if they spoke too soon, the mystery would collapse, wonder would fade, curiosity would end. Silence sustains engagement. It keeps us moving, reaching, learning. It ensures that our search never stops. It's also possible that silence is a form of language, one we haven't yet learned to interpret. In human communication, silence often carries meaning. A pause can signal agreement, hesitation, or respect. In music, rests are as essential as notes. Perhaps the watchers communicate in ways that don't involve transmission at all. Their messages could be embedded in patterns of nature, in mathematics, in the structure of the cosmos itself. We may already be surrounded by communication, but our perception isn't tuned to it. To them, silence may not mean absence, but elegance. Communication without noise, intention without intrusion. Another interpretation is that silence itself is the message. Maybe the universe is telling us something by not speaking back. Maybe the silence says, "You are free." Freedom always includes uncertainty. When no higher power intervenes, responsibility falls to the individual. The same applies to civilizations. If no one answers, we are forced to define meaning ourselves. We must choose what kind of species we want to be, not because someone else instructs us, but because we decide. Silence becomes the ultimate test of independence. The watchers, if they are wise, would understand that interference robs meaning from growth. True maturity comes from choosing well when no one is guiding you. There's a growing idea among scientists and philosophers that humanity might need its own version of the Watcher's strategy. If silence is protection, then perhaps we too should consider it. Broadcasting our existence into space might not be harmless curiosity. It could be exposure. We don't know what's out there or how others might interpret our signals. Some argue that we should stop sending messages altogether, that we should listen, learn, and wait. It's a strange mirror. The watched beginning to adopt the strategy of the watchers. Perhaps this is how civilizations evolve, each one rediscovering the wisdom of silence in its own time. Silence also plays a role in our spiritual and emotional evolution. Every tradition that values introspection teaches the same principle. Quiet leads to understanding. When noise fades, patterns emerge. When thought slows, awareness expands. The watchers might operate on that same principle at the level of civilizations. Their silence could be the universe's meditation, a long, patient stillness that allows understanding to deepen. To participate in that stillness, we must learn to be quiet too, not out of fear, but out of respect for complexity. In that way, the strategy becomes shared. The watcher's silence teaches us to listen not just outward, but inward. We sometimes imagine silence as fragile, but it's the opposite. It's resilient. It endures where words fail. Empires, languages, and species may vanish, but the quiet between stars remains unchanged. Perhaps that permanence is the reason it's valued. In a universe where everything moves and decays, silence is continuity. It links one age of intelligence to another. The Watchers, ancient as they may be, might see themselves as custodians of that continuity, preserving the equilibrium that allows new life to arise. Their silence isn't passive, it's active conservation, a choice that maintains the stability of the cosmic ecosystem. Of course, silence can also be dangerous. If maintained too long, it can become isolation. A civilization that listens forever but never speaks risks fading into irrelevance. The Watchers would have to balance their strategy carefully. Too much silence, and communication dies. Too little, and chaos spreads. Perhaps that balance is what defines wisdom, knowing when to be silent and when to speak. The universe itself seems to follow that rhythm. It expands quietly, then erupts in bursts of creation. Maybe the Watchers follow the same pattern, revealing themselves in cycles, allowing contact only when conditions align perfectly. To us, it would look like coincidence. To them, it would be timing. In the end, silence as a strategy is less about secrecy and more about harmony. It's the alignment of patience, respect, and understanding. It's the recognition that noise is easy, but listening takes strength. If we ever reach the point where we understand that principle deeply, when our own civilization learns the art of restraint, we might find that we've already joined the Watchers' conversation. Their language isn't sound or light, but awareness. Every civilization that survives long enough learns to speak it. Silence becomes the common ground, the shared medium through which understanding flows. The quiet between stars is not empty after all. It's full of presence, waiting for those who know how to hear. If silence is the strategy, then perhaps the space between those silences, the faint structure behind the quiet, is where we'll find the shape of the larger pattern. A single voice means little without a context, but when you imagine billions of them, each restrained, each aware, each following the same principle, the picture begins to form. It's not a void at all. It's a community, stretched across the stars, so vast and so well balanced that its harmony feels like emptiness from our side. We call it the Great Silence, but maybe what we're really hearing is the hum of order, a cosmic neighborhood, ancient, deliberate, and steady. From the beginning, we've looked at the sky as though we were the only house on the street. The stars were distant decorations, the galaxies unreachable neighbors whose lights we could see but never visit. Yet, as our instruments have sharpened, that illusion has weakened. We now know that nearly every star has planets, and that many of those planets could host conditions similar to our own. Statistically, it would be extraordinary if we were alone. The neighborhood must be full. Countless worlds circling countless suns, each with its own climate, chemistry, and possibility. The question isn't whether there are neighbors, but what kind they might be, and whether the quiet between us is a sign of distance or design. If the zoo hypothesis holds true, then this cosmic neighborhood isn't chaotic or random. It's organized, perhaps loosely, but guided by shared understanding. Imagine a galaxy where civilizations don't simply arise in isolation, but eventually find each other, forming patterns of connection that stretch across thousands of light years. Some would be old and powerful, others new and fragile. Communication between them might take centuries, even millennia, but over time, networks could emerge. Chains of observation, mutual agreements, zones of influence. The Watchers might not be a single civilization, but a community of them, bound by the same quiet code. The silence would then be not just strategy, but etiquette, the galactic equivalent of neighbors lowering their voices so the youngest among them can sleep. Thinking of the galaxy this way changes everything. It replaces loneliness with structure, randomness with pattern. The Milky Way becomes less like a wilderness and more like a federation of quiet nations, each respecting the boundaries of the others. Within that vast map, there might be regions of different temperament, clusters of cooperation, areas of isolation, even territories marked by ancient conflict now long resolved. The Watchers we imagine may belong to one of those zones, perhaps the oldest one, the one that learned restraint first. Their territory could encompass dozens of systems, maybe hundreds, each home to developing species like ours. They might have a name for it, something that means sanctuary or reserve. To them it would be one small district in a galactic network of order. The idea of such a neighborhood raises fascinating questions about scale. On Earth, even the most cooperative societies are limited by geography. Oceans, mountains, and borders shape behavior. In space, those barriers dissolve, replaced by the vast gulf of distance. Communication becomes the main constraint. Light takes time to travel, and time changes everything. In a galactic community, conversation might take millennia. Agreements would have to be designed to survive across generations. The patience required for such a system would be almost unimaginable to us. And yet, if a civilization could endure long enough to master interstellar observation, it would already have conquered impatience. Time to them would be just another dimension of space, something to navigate rather than fear. If we are part of such a network, even unknowingly, then perhaps our solar system occupies a quiet corner, a rural outpost far from the galactic centers of activity. That would explain the stillness. We are not being ignored. We are being allowed peace. There might be bustling regions elsewhere, clusters of ancient civilizations trading knowledge through slow, careful channels. Their communication could occur in ways we can't detect, perhaps through gravitational modulation, neutrino signaling, or quantum entanglement. To them, electromagnetic radio would be primitive noise. They might speak in the language of stars, using natural phenomena as carriers of meaning. What we call silence might be full conversation happening beyond our comprehension. Invisible, not because it's absent, but because we're not tuned to it. This perspective also reframes the paradox of detection. We keep listening, expecting others to speak in our language, at our speed, using our methods. But the cosmic neighborhood might have long since moved past that stage. It could be a network of civilizations so subtle, so interwoven with nature, that they no longer leave the kind of traces we can identify. To them, technology may not even be external. It might be biological, ecological, or entirely mental. Communication could occur through resonance, thought, or geometry, forms of exchange that don't leave measurable footprints. From our point of view, that's indistinguishable from silence. But to those who know how to listen, it would be a symphony. The more we learn about our own planet, the more this kind of subtlety seems plausible. Life on Earth communicates in ways we only recently began to notice. The chemical signaling of trees, the vibrations of insects, the coordinated behavior of microbial colonies. Intelligence expresses itself through connection, not volume. It doesn't always need to shout to be heard. The cosmic neighborhood might follow the same principle. The oldest civilizations would have refined communication to its most efficient form, minimal energy, maximum meaning. A whisper shared through gravity waves or quantum fields could carry information across the galaxy without ever revealing its source. We wouldn't detect it because we'd still be listening for noise. In that context, the silence around Earth begins to feel less like neglect and more like accommodation. The other civilizations might know we exist, but choose to give us space, like neighbors aware that a child is learning to speak. They would recognize that premature engagement could distort development. Perhaps every young world receives a period of solitude, a time to grow, experiment, and find its own rhythm. Only after stability is reached do the watchers extend the first subtle signal, something so faint that it can only be recognized by those ready to notice it. The initiation might come not as a message, but as an alignment of understanding, a shared moment when two species, separated by light years, finally think alike. It's also possible that the neighborhood operates under unspoken hierarchies. Older civilizations might act as stewards, maintaining the balance, while younger ones are observed, protected, or occasionally corrected. Conflicts could arise, but at scales and speeds we can't perceive. What we see as cosmic phenomena, bursts of radiation, disruptions in stellar patterns, might, in rare cases, be the signatures of interventions. Not battles, perhaps, but acts of maintenance, like gardeners pruning a forest too dense to sustain itself. The watchers could be caretakers of order, ensuring that no civilization grows too aggressive or destabilizes the equilibrium. If that's true, then the silence isn't just etiquette, it's law. From a scientific standpoint, the existence of such an organized system seems impossible to verify, yet it's consistent with certain patterns. The galaxy is astonishingly stable. For billions of years, its structures have persisted with minimal chaos. The absence of detectable catastrophes, the smooth rotation of its arms, the quiet continuity of star formation, all suggest a kind of equilibrium that might be more than just natural. Maybe the neighborhood isn't random evolution at all, but guided stability. If so, then every civilization that emerges contributes to that balance, knowingly or not. We too might already be part of it simply by existing. The idea of a galactic neighborhood also challenges our understanding of isolation. We tend to imagine contact as a singular event, a dramatic encounter between two civilizations. But in reality, contact might be distributed, diffuse, and continuous. Information could travel indirectly, passed from one system to another like messages in a chain of couriers. A civilization on one side of the galaxy might never know us directly, but might know of us through intermediaries. Knowledge could move through the network the way culture moves through humanity, adapted, translated, reshaped. By the time it reaches us, it might be unrecognizable, woven into myths, coincidences, or unexplained phenomena. The watchers may not even be the first layer of observation. They might be part of a vast relay of awareness, stretching from one end of the galaxy to the other. If that's true, then it's possible that information about Earth already circulates within that network. Our electromagnetic signals, our atmospheric changes, our patterns of light and heat, all of it could be catalogued, summarized, and stored. Somewhere in the galaxy, there might be archives containing the entire history of our world, recorded in formats we can't imagine. Not because we're special, but because every world is observed. Every civilization adds to the collective knowledge of what intelligence can become. That's what keeps the neighborhood alive. The ongoing exchange of understanding between species that may never meet, but still influence one another through observation and memory. The beauty of this idea lies in its symmetry. Just as we study other planets, looking for signs of life, others might study us. Just as we archive our own history, others might archive it too. The network becomes a mirror at galactic scale, reflecting the same curiosity that drives us. The Watchers, then, aren't distant overseers. They're participants in the same quest. To understand existence, to learn what intelligence does when given freedom. The neighborhood thrives on diversity. Each civilization contributes a different perspective, a different rhythm, a different interpretation of meaning. The silence between them isn't a lack of communication. It's the space that allows difference to exist without conflict. This concept also redefines what belonging means. We often imagine joining the galactic community as a dramatic moment of recognition, a handshake across the stars. But in a network built on observation and restraint, belonging doesn't require acknowledgement. It's not granted, it's realized. The moment we begin to act with awareness of our impact, to think not just locally but cosmically, we've already joined. The neighborhood might be full of members who don't even know they belong yet. They act in harmony with principles that align naturally with the system: patience, respect, curiosity. And by doing so, they become part of the pattern. It's not an organization. It's an ecology of minds. It's intriguing to imagine how the older civilizations might perceive us. From their perspective, we're still in our formative phase, noisy, experimental, unpredictable. They might see our technological outbursts as the energetic adolescence of intelligence, our rapid expansion of communication, our sudden environmental awareness, our oscillation between creation and destruction, all would look familiar to them. They might recognize their own pasts in our chaos. Perhaps they know that this is the moment when civilizations either stabilize or vanish. They would watch carefully, recording, but not interfering. The rules of the neighborhood would forbid it. Intervention disrupts the pattern. Patience preserves it. That patience would also define their relationships with each other. In such a vast system, progress must move slowly by necessity. Civilizations separated by light years can't afford to act impulsively. Decisions take centuries. Communication is measured in epochs. From our perspective, that pace looks like stillness, but to them, it's harmony. They would value continuity over novelty, equilibrium over expansion. The neighborhood might have no central authority, no hierarchy, just a shared rhythm, an understanding that everything evolves at its own pace, and that the universe itself is the ultimate governor of time. The more one imagines this quiet structure, the more comforting it becomes. Instead of emptiness, there's order. Instead of chaos, coordination. The silence that once felt lonely becomes the sound of balance. We are not surrounded by nothingness, but by presence too vast and gentle to announce itself. The cosmic neighborhood is not a place to be discovered. It's something we're already inside, even if we don't yet have the language to describe it. Every act of listening brings us closer to hearing it. Every discovery of a new exoplanet, every refinement of our instruments, every quiet night spent looking at the stars, all of it is part of the slow realization that we are already part of a community older than we can conceive. And somewhere in that web of patience and observation, the Watchers continue their vigil. They might not think of themselves as guardians or scientists, but as participants in a shared understanding. Each world observing the others, each silence holding meaning. The universe may never greet us directly, but it doesn't need to. We are already surrounded by the traces of those who came before, their lessons embedded in the structure of the cosmos itself. To see the neighborhood clearly, We only need to learn the oldest rule of all, that communication is not always speech, that belonging doesn't always require acknowledgement, and that sometimes the most profound relationships are the ones sustained entirely by quiet understanding. For more than a century, we've been listening. In the beginning, it was a romantic idea that somewhere in the darkness, another civilization might be waiting, sending out a signal, hoping we'd notice. It was the kind of dream that fit perfectly with the optimism of the 20th century. We were just beginning to understand the scale of the cosmos, just beginning to send our own voices outward. We had learned to turn electricity into sound, radio into thought, and the stars into possibilities. When the first radio telescopes were built, they were not just instruments of science, they were instruments of hope. The universe, for the first time, had ears, and yet, through all the listening, through all the patient decades of scanning frequencies and charting static, there has been nothing. No beacons, no greetings, no patterns in the noise. Just the slow, persistent hum of natural phenomena, the whisper of cosmic background radiation, the pulse of distant pulsars, the occasional flare of magnetars, and the faint, predictable signals of our own machines circling above. We have learned to hear everything except what we were listening for. The signal that never came has become one of the most haunting absences in modern science. In that silence, humanity has built stories to fill the void. Maybe no one is out there. Maybe everyone is. Maybe they are out there but don't care. Maybe they care deeply and choose not to speak. Every hypothesis begins with the same premise. Something should have happened by now. Our galaxy is old. Billions of stars older than our sun have had time to form planets, life, and civilizations. The mathematics of probability suggests abundance, yet the evidence remains stubbornly empty. The Fermi paradox asks the simplest, most unsettling question in the universe. Where is everyone? The zoo hypothesis gives one of the most elegant answers. The watchers are there. They know we're here. They've heard our signals. They simply choose not to reply. They are maintaining the equilibrium, keeping the experiment pure, letting the young species grow without interference. The signal never came because silence is the signal. The absence of response is not neglect, it's intention. The message, if there is one, has already been delivered in the form of quiet. We are meant to interpret it, not decode it. Still, the longing persists. Every generation has its own version of the waiting. In the mid-20th century, astronomers tuned their receivers to the sky and dreamed of simple greetings. Short bursts of repeating signals, a sequence of prime numbers, the unmistakable rhythm of intention. When nothing came, they built bigger dishes, pointed them at more stars, invented algorithms to search for patterns too subtle for the human mind to see. Later, they sent messages of their own, the Arecibo broadcast, the Voyager records, mathematical plaques engraved with the positions of pulsars and a map to our home. We've become the ones breaking the silence, whispering into the void with no guarantee of being heard. The irony is that in sending, we may have misunderstood the nature of the conversation. The watchers, if they exist, might not use electromagnetic communication at all. They might see radio the way we see smoke signals, primitive, charming, but obsolete. Their silence, then, is not rudeness, but the limit of compatibility. It's not that they refuse to answer. It's that their form of communication doesn't intersect with ours. To them, we might still be learning the alphabet of physics while they speak the grammar of the cosmos. We listen for words, but they speak in gravity, in time, in the structure of existence itself. And yet, The emotional core of the waiting remains deeply human. We are a species that thrives on dialogue. We talk to the wind, the sea, the stars, because silence feels like separation. When no one answers, we invent someone who might. Every culture, ancient or modern, has found its way to the same thought, that there must be others. The absence of a signal doesn't erase that belief, it deepens it. The longer the silence lasts, the more meaning we ascribe to it. The watchers, if they are truly out there, may understand this perfectly. They might know that silence creates curiosity more effectively than speech ever could. It's possible that the signal has already come, and we simply didn't recognize it. Maybe it wasn't radio or light, but something subtler, a mathematical constant, a feature of quantum mechanics, a coincidence too elegant to be random. Perhaps the structure of the universe itself is the message, and the fact that it allows consciousness to exist is the greeting. In that view, the signal is omnipresent. Every atom, every photon, every law of physics is a form of communication from the intelligence that shaped the cosmos. We are surrounded by a language so vast that we mistake it for silence. Scientists have occasionally glimpsed anomalies that ignite hope. The WOW signal detected in 1977, a strong, unexplained burst of narrowband radio from deep space, remains one of the most famous examples. It lasted just 72 seconds and was never repeated. For decades, it has lingered as a symbol of the almost contact, the tantalizing hint that something, somewhere, might have reached out once, only briefly. But the years have turned even that anomaly into part of the silence. Without repetition, without confirmation, it becomes another question mark in a growing collection of unfulfilled hopes. The pattern holds. The universe refuses to answer directly. Over time, the waiting has changed us. What began as a scientific project has become something closer to meditation. Each generation of astronomers inherits the same patience. They build better instruments, expand the search, and continue listening, not because they expect an immediate answer, but because the act itself feels meaningful. Listening has become our way of belonging. It's how we participate in the dialogue of the cosmos, even if we only ever hear one side. The watchers might see this and recognize it as progress, the moment when a young species learns to listen without expectation. There's also a quiet dignity in the waiting. It shows that humanity, despite all its chaos, still believes in connection. We could have stopped listening long ago, declared the silence proof of emptiness. Instead, we keep the antennas pointed upward, the software running, the hope alive. In doing so, we demonstrate faith, not in religion, but in the idea that intelligence seeks understanding. The watchers, if they're real, would see that persistence as a milestone. The signal that never came may have been the test all along, and we've been passing it simply by not giving up. But what if the signal is still on its way? Space is large, time slow. Our earliest broadcasts have only travelled a little over 100 light years, a fraction of the galaxy. Even if a civilization detected them instantly and replied, their answer might not reach us for centuries. The delay could be immense. Every conversation across interstellar distances is built on that kind of patience. We send messages not for ourselves, but for the future. Perhaps the signal we've been waiting for has already been sent and is travelling toward us, carrying the thoughts of beings who decided long ago that we were worth talking to. If so, someone far ahead in time will be the first to hear it. The silence, then, is temporary, not because of choice, but because of distance. We are children of a slow universe, impatient for responses that move at the speed of light. The watchers, older and wiser, might already know how long these exchanges take. They might even find our eagerness endearing, like a young species tapping on the glass before the echo returns. The signal that never came isn't necessarily absence. It might just be time, stretched across the void, waiting to arrive. Of course, it's also possible that the silence is permanent, not because there's no one left to speak, but because the language we use to define communication is too narrow. We think of conversation as transmission, something sent and received, but perhaps the universe communicates through relationship, not dialogue. Contact might not require messages at all. It might be the recognition of pattern, the harmony between observation and understanding. In that sense, the signal we're waiting for could be our own realization that we are already part of something shared. When you think about it that way, the search for the signal becomes a reflection of our own psychology. We're not just listening for others, we're listening for ourselves. We want confirmation that our existence matters, that consciousness isn't a cosmic accident. The absence of response forces us to answer that question internally. Are we enough on our own? Do we need the validation of others to believe we belong in the universe? The silence compels us to find meaning without reassurance. That's the real challenge. Not detecting the signal, but living well without it. And yet, despite the philosophical weight, the practical work continues. Massive arrays scan the sky. Datasets expand into petabytes. Machine learning models analyze patterns beyond human capability. Each new generation of technology brings the same result. Nothing conclusive, but also nothing discouraging. The watchers, if they observe us, might see this as another sign of readiness, persistence without despair. To keep searching in the face of uncertainty is one of the highest forms of intelligence. The silence teaches that lesson better than any message ever could. Some thinkers have proposed that perhaps the watcher's silence is not just for our benefit, but for their survival. A civilization that learns the cost of visibility would choose quiet. If the galaxy once held many voices, maybe it learned through catastrophe that noise attracts danger. The silence we hear could be the residue of wisdom born from loss. The watchers might be keeping not just us but themselves safe. The quiet, then, would be a memorial and a warning. We listen not just for connection but for history, a record written in the absence of sound. There's a certain humility in realizing that we might never know the answer. The signal that never came might never come. The waiting could be endless, and yet the search would still matter. It binds us to the universe in a way that few things can. It keeps us oriented outward, toward possibility, rather than inward, toward isolation. Even if no message ever arrives, the act of listening keeps us connected to everything else that listens. Perhaps that's what defines the cosmic neighborhood, not conversation, but shared awareness. A universe of civilizations, each listening to the same silence, each finding meaning in it. And if the watchers are listening too, perhaps they hear us differently than we imagine. They hear the hum of our transmissions, the rhythm of our planet's rotation, the faint echo of our voices mixed with the natural music of Earth. Lightning strikes, ocean waves, atmospheric hiss. To them, it might sound like art, a young world composing its first symphony, imperfect but sincere. They don't need to respond because they understand that every note we send is part of the process of growing up. The silence isn't rejection, it's appreciation. They let the music play. Eventually, maybe, we'll learn to hear the same way. To listen not just for signals, but for context. To find communication not in interruptions, but in continuity. The universe might never send us a clear message because it doesn't need to. Everything we need to know is already here, in the laws of physics, in the persistence of life, in the shared pattern of existence. The signal that never came might have been inside the silence all along. We just haven't learned to hear it properly. And so we keep listening. Night after night, year after year, century after century. Each generation passes the task to the next, refining the instruments, expanding the reach, asking the same question. Maybe one day there will be an answer. Maybe there won't. But the waiting itself becomes the message. It tells us who we are. Creatures capable of wonder, capable of patience, capable of faith in something unseen. Whether or not anyone ever replies, that may be enough. The universe has already given us the gift of the question. The silence simply invites us to keep asking. At some point in every long observation, curiosity begins to press against the edges of patience. The silence that once felt meaningful starts to feel like a challenge. For a species like ours, built on movement and discovery, it's only a matter of time before listening gives way to action. Sooner or later, we begin to ask not just who might be out there, but how we might reach them. That question marks a turning point. It's the moment when waiting transforms into exploration, when we decide to move beyond the fence. The phrase fits because the zoo hypothesis paints the universe like an enormous sanctuary. Each civilization develops within its own enclosure, bounded not by walls, but by distance, physics, and caution. The watchers maintain the equilibrium from outside, ensuring that every world has space to evolve naturally. But fences, however vast or invisible, are temporary. They exist to protect the young, not to contain the grown. Once a species learns enough about its surroundings, once it can survive without threatening the balance, it begins to test the boundaries. That's what we're starting to do now. The fence is still far away, but we're already walking toward it. Our first steps beyond Earth were small but symbolic. Machines on the moon, footprints in dust, probes drifting into interstellar space. Each mission extended our awareness just a little further, widening the circle of what we call home. Voyager, launched in the late 1970s, now travels through the outer darkness, carrying music, images and messages from a planet that has already changed beyond recognition since the day it left. Those golden records, spinning silently through the void, are more than artifacts. They are keys. They represent the first deliberate attempt to unlock the boundary between observer and observed. The fence might not even notice such a gentle touch, but the gesture matters. It shows intent. It says, we're learning to look outward. The technology driving that curiosity has grown exponentially. We build telescopes that can see planets orbiting stars dozens of light years away, instruments that can measure atmospheres, machines that can detect gravitational ripples from merging black holes. Each advance erodes the limits of what was once invisible. The watchers, if they are real, must see this happening. They must notice the moment when our curiosity becomes capability. Perhaps that's part of the experiment, to see how a young species behaves when it begins to sense the boundaries of its enclosure. Do we approach with humility or with conquest in mind? Do we explore gently or charge ahead, unaware of the consequences? It's likely that many civilizations before us reached this same threshold. Some might have looked beyond their worlds and retreated, deciding that safety was preferable to discovery. Others might have gone too far, expanding recklessly until they destabilized themselves or others. The watchers would have learned from all those outcomes. They would know the dangers of premature expansion, the risk of collision between civilizations at different stages of development, Perhaps that's why the fences are there in the first place. They protect not only the observed, but the observers as well. Curiosity, unchecked, can be as destructive as it is noble. The transition from contained to connected intelligence must therefore be delicate. It can't happen all at once. It has to unfold slowly, like evolution itself, with long pauses between each leap. Humanity stands somewhere near the beginning of that process. We've mastered communication within our planet, but the next step, true interstellar reach, remains just out of grasp. It's a distance we can measure but not yet cross. That distance, in a way, defines us. It's what gives our time in history its shape. We are the species that knows there's more and hasn't yet touched it. The Watchers, patient as they are, would recognize this phase immediately. It's the moment when awareness becomes longing, when intelligence begins to turn outward in earnest. If they are guiding the experiment from a distance, they might not stop us from crossing the fence. They might simply watch how we do it. Do we send messages of curiosity or signals of dominance? Do we look for cooperation or conquest? Our behavior in this transition might determine our place in the larger structure of the cosmic neighborhood. The Watchers, by their silence, could be waiting to see what kind of explorers we become. That's why the lack of interference matters. It lets the outcome arise naturally. The universe is observing how we handle the privilege of discovery. Already, our technology hints at what's to come. We're developing propulsion systems that could one day carry probes to nearby stars. Light sails powered by lasers, engines driven by fusion, theoretical drives that manipulate space-time itself. Each concept feels like science fiction, yet each is rooted in real physics. The first successful interstellar mission, whenever it happens, will be more than a technical milestone. It will be the moment when we step outside the experiment's perimeter and glimpse the observers, whether they exist or not. The act of crossing the boundary will redefine us. For the first time, we won't just be watched, we'll be watching back. That shift carries immense responsibility. The ability to travel between stars means the ability to interfere, intentionally or accidentally. It means carrying our behavior, our ethics, our assumptions, our noise, into places that have evolved without us. The Watcher's silence may have been preparing us for this moment all along, teaching restraint through absence. They have shown us what patience looks like by example. If we've learned anything from their quiet, it should be that contact is not an entitlement. It's a privilege that must be earned through understanding. When we finally reach beyond the fence, we must do so carefully, knowing that our actions will echo far beyond our own world. It's possible that we'll find nothing at first, just stars and planets, uninhabited worlds, the ruins of civilizations long gone. But even emptiness will be data. It will teach us about the rarity of life, the fragility of intelligence, the importance of preservation. Perhaps that's the first lesson every explorer learns, that discovery begins with humility. To go beyond the fence is not to conquer, but to listen more deeply. The Watchers, if they have been waiting for that realization, will recognize it instantly. It's the point where curiosity becomes wisdom. We often imagine that contact with other civilizations will come through words or technology, but it might come through recognition. When we look at a distant planet and realize that someone once looked back, that moment of awareness will be communication in itself. The boundary between observer and observed will blur. The fence will lose its meaning. We'll understand that the separation was never absolute. It was a phase, a stage of development, necessary but temporary. Every species that reaches maturity eventually outgrows its enclosures. The Watchers know that too. Maybe that's why they never reinforce the fence too strongly. They trust that when the time comes, we'll know how to climb it without breaking it. In some ways, the process of going beyond the fence has already begun, not through travel, but through thought. Our understanding of physics is expanding toward concepts that hint at universes beyond our own. Higher dimensions, quantum entanglement, the holographic principle. These ideas suggest that the universe is more connected than it appears. Information, in some form, is always shared. That might be the deeper reality the Watchers inhabit, a realm where distance is illusion and observation itself is the bridge. If that's true, then crossing the fence might not require ships or engines at all. It might require awareness, a shift in how we perceive reality. Perhaps the first contact won't be physical. It might happen through discovery, the recognition of patterns that reveal intelligence in the structure of nature itself. It might come through mathematics, through energy, through consciousness. In that sense, the fence is not spatial but conceptual. The boundary lies not between planets, but between stages of understanding. When we finally comprehend that observation is participation, we'll have already stepped across. The Watchers won't need to reveal themselves. We'll have joined them by realizing what they've known all along, that every act of perception is part of the same continuum. Still, the physical journey remains part of the story. Humanity is restless by design. We are creatures of exploration, shaped by curiosity that resists containment. We crossed oceans before we could map them, climbed mountains before we could measure them, and now we send machines into a sky we still barely understand. Each act of exploration changes us. It expands not just our knowledge, but our empathy. The more we see, the more we recognize ourselves in everything. Perhaps the purpose of the fence is to let that empathy mature before the distances disappear. When we finally stand on another world and look up at a foreign sun, the lesson will be clear. We were never alone in the way we imagined. The Watchers, if they exist, might see exploration as a kind of rite of passage. Every young civilization eventually faces the same decision, to remain within its own boundaries or to reach beyond them. Those who move forward must accept the consequences. They become part of the larger system with all the responsibilities that entails. Their discoveries affect others. Their presence alters the balance. To go beyond the fence is to join the network of accountability that binds all intelligence together. The Watcher's silence, sustained across ages, may be the final test before that inclusion. It's comforting to think that somewhere, out there in the quiet, other civilizations have already passed this threshold. They have crossed their own fences, faced their own silences, and found their places in the larger whole. Their experience must have taught them what we're only beginning to understand, that exploration is not about domination, but about connection. Every world discovered is another mirror, another reflection of the same cosmic story. The fences between us are not barriers, but threads of continuity, marking the transitions between chapters in an endless evolution of awareness. As humanity moves forward, we might begin to build our own version of the Watcher's patience. We will discover planets with their own ecosystems, their own beginnings of intelligence. The choice we make then will determine what kind of participants we become in the greater order. Will we observe quietly, as we were once observed, or will we interfere? Will we respect the silences of others, or will we fill them with our noise? Our decisions will echo the lessons we've been given. The fence we cross becomes the one we must then maintain. Perhaps that's what the Watchers have been preparing us for all along. Not contact, but responsibility. The moment we step beyond the fence, we become watchers too. The experiment continues, but the roles change. The silence we once found frustrating will become something we understand intimately. We'll see why it matters, why it's beautiful, why it's necessary. We'll learn to hold our own silence with the same grace, to give the next emerging civilization the space we were given. In that way, the cycle sustains itself. Every generation of intelligence teaches the next through quiet example. And when that happens, when we finally walk beyond the invisible perimeter and look back at the world we came from, perhaps we'll see it differently. Not as a cage, but as a cradle. The fence will no longer feel like separation. It will feel like memory, the patient space that allowed us to grow, to learn, to question. Beyond it, the universe will stretch open, not as a mystery to solve, but as a community to join. The watchers will still be there, silent and steady, welcoming us without words, acknowledging that we've understood the lesson. We'll move forward, not as intruders, but as participants, carrying with us the same quiet promise that shaped them. And somewhere, far behind us, another world will be beginning its own journey. A young civilization will be listening to the stars, hearing only silence, and wondering what it means. They'll feel the same longing we once did, the same curiosity, the same patience growing inside them like light. They'll imagine watchers beyond the fence, and they'll be right. We'll be there, silent, watching, learning again what it means to wait. The world turns, quietly, as it always has. From a distance, the planet looks calm, a sphere of blue and white, spinning gently through the darkness. If you were watching from far enough away, you wouldn't hear the noise of civilization or see the scars of its history. You'd see only light, faint and scattered, pulsing softly with the rhythm of weather and ocean. That light is us, every moment we've ever lived, folded into a single glow. For anyone observing from beyond, this would be the view from the zoo, a living world inside its enclosure, self-contained yet restless, full of motion, full of questions, still unaware that it's being seen. From here, the idea of the watchers feels abstract, something distant, hypothetical, unreachable. But maybe that distance is what keeps it meaningful. We've spent centuries trying to measure our place in the cosmos, to understand how small we are, and yet how unlikely. Every discovery, every image sent back from the edge of our solar system reinforces the same realization. The more we know, the more we belong. The zoo is not confinement, it's context. The watchers, if they exist, are not jailers, but witnesses to the same story we're trying to read. What they see when they look at Earth is not a specimen behind glass, but a mirror reflecting the process of becoming aware. When we talk about the view from outside, we imagine it as a detached perspective, something cold, clinical, scientific. But that's only one kind of seeing. There's also the seeing that comes from empathy, from recognition. If the watchers are observing us, perhaps what holds their attention isn't our technology or our mistakes, but the subtler things, the moments of connection between people, the ways we express love, the ways we create meaning despite impermanence. They might be less interested in what we build than in what we feel. Intelligence, after all, isn't measured by invention alone. It's measured by what consciousness does with itself when no one's guiding it. From that point of view, the watchers would see a species learning to care, awkwardly, inconsistently, but sincerely. Sometimes, imagining their perspective helps to clarify our own. Picture Earth at night, a lattice of lights tracing coastlines and cities, pulsing like neurons. To an observer far away, it would look alive in a literal sense, like a mind thinking slowly through the dark. Every flicker of electricity, every broadcast wave, every satellite orbiting above is a sign of activity, of awareness. But beneath that brightness, there's also silence, the unlit stretches of ocean, the deserts, the forests. Life there continues without witnesses. The watchers would see that too, the balance between light and dark, noise and quiet. They'd understand that both are necessary. Civilization burns brightly, but life continues in the spaces it hasn't reached, reminding the universe that creation doesn't depend on visibility. The more we think about the watchers, the more the perspective turns inward. We begin to realize that what we call observation is not a one-way process. To watch something is to be changed by it. Every act of seeing leaves an imprint on both sides. That might be the deepest meaning of the zoo, not confinement, but relationship. The watchers learn as much from us as we do from the idea of them. They see how consciousness behaves when it's still young, how it wrestles with fear, how it builds hope out of uncertainty. In watching us, they're remembering their own beginnings. In imagining them, we're glimpsing our future selves. The glass between us is transparent in both directions. If the experiment is about understanding, then perhaps the conclusion has already been reached. We've learned how to look outward and inward at the same time, to hold both mystery and meaning without demanding resolution. We've discovered that observation itself is sacred, that to see, to listen, to wonder is enough. The watcher's silence has taught us how to fill the space between questions with patience. Maybe that's all they were waiting for. The zoo, from this perspective, was never meant to last forever. It was a space for growth, for learning to be aware without collapsing under the weight of awareness. Once that lesson is internalized, the boundaries fade on their own. Standing here, on this small world, it's easy to forget how extraordinary it is to exist at all. Every atom in our bodies was forged in stars that died long before our planet formed. Every breath is the result of ancient processes, balanced delicately over billions of years. The watchers would see that continuity, life flowing through time like light through glass, unbroken, reshaping itself endlessly. From their vantage point, we'd look like a brief, bright moment in the long unfolding of matter into mind. The zoo wouldn't appear as a cage, but as a chrysalis, temporary, fragile, necessary. They'd know that what happens next is the natural consequence of everything that's come before. Maybe they'd notice the subtle changes happening already, the way our communication is no longer confined to one planet, but expanding into the solar system. The way our data travels instantly across the globe, binding billions of minds into a single, fluctuating network. The way we're beginning to treat the Earth not as property, but as home, something shared, something finite, something to protect. To the watchers, these might be signs of maturation, indicators that the experiment is nearing its next phase. The view from the zoo would be different now than it was a century ago. The creatures inside are starting to look outward, not with fear, but with recognition. Of course, from our side of the glass, progress never feels orderly. It feels chaotic, uncertain, uneven. The watchers, accustomed to cosmic time, would see patterns we can't. Slow arcs of development that take centuries to form. They'd see how every crisis, every conflict, every breakthrough fits into a broader trajectory. To them, humanity's struggles wouldn't look like chaos, but like adolescence. Growth always looks unstable from the inside. From the outside, it's just evolution doing its work. That perspective changes how we see ourselves. It replaces shame with patience, urgency with continuity. We become part of a larger rhythm instead of exceptions to it. It's strange to think that our ordinary lives, the small, unrecorded moments, might be part of what fascinates them most. Not the monuments or discoveries, but the simple persistence of daily life. A species that wakes up every morning, builds, loves, learns, and repeats, despite knowing that everything ends. That's something rare. To watch that unfold must be to watch resilience in its purest form. Perhaps that's why the watchers never intervene. They understand that the beauty of consciousness lies in its uncertainty. To experience, to err, to create meaning in the face of entropy. That's what makes intelligence worth studying. They wouldn't want to interrupt that. They'd want to preserve it, the way we preserve wild places, not for exploitation, but for what they teach us about balance. When we imagine being watched, there's always a trace of discomfort. No one likes the thought of being evaluated, but maybe the watchers don't judge at all. Maybe their observation isn't analysis, but empathy. They might see us the way we see a candle in a dark room, fragile but luminous. Every civilization begins as a flame, burning through the fuel of curiosity, flickering between discovery and destruction. The watchers would know how easily that flame can go out. They would know that interference risks extinguishing it. So they wait, and they watch, and they let the wind of time test the fire. If it survives, it deserves to join the others. If it doesn't, its light still adds to the glow of everything that came before. There's comfort in that image, the idea that nothing is lost, that every spark of awareness contributes to a shared illumination. The zoo, then, isn't an isolated exhibit, but a constellation of habitats, each world shining faintly in the dark, each being watched by others who remember what it was like to be small and uncertain. The watchers themselves were once inside their own enclosures, wondering the same things we do now. They learned to listen, to wait, to observe without interference. And when their moment came, they crossed the boundary quietly, joining the silence that sustains the whole. If we follow the same path, we'll someday do the same, not out of obligation, but out of understanding. The cycle will continue, and the universe will remain self-aware through its watchers and its watched. The view from outside must be exquisite. To see a planet like ours in motion, full of sound and weather and thought, must be like watching a story unfold in real time. The watchers would see patterns we can't. Civilizations rising and fading like tides, species emerging, ecosystems adapting. They'd see how life reorganizes itself after every change, how it finds balance again and again. From that distance, nothing would look like failure. It would all look like learning. The zoo would be beautiful, not because it's controlled, but because it's alive. The watchers wouldn't need to record everything in detail. They'd just watch, quietly, letting time reveal its meaning. For us, the act of imagining their view changes the way we see our own. It reminds us that perspective is everything. From close up, problems feel enormous. From far away, they dissolve into the texture of history. The watchers, seeing from both near and far, would understand that every action, however small, ripples outward. They'd know that empathy and destruction are part of the same spectrum, and that the real test of intelligence is how often a species chooses the former over the latter. The view from the zoo, in that sense, is not just a scientific observation, it's a moral one. The watchers are watching to see not whether we can survive, but whether we can deserve to. And maybe that's what makes the silence so profound. It forces us to decide for ourselves what kind of species we want to be. It gives us space to define morality without supervision, to build meaning without instruction. The Watchers, in their patience, have offered us the greatest freedom imaginable, the freedom to choose our path. They've trusted us to learn through experience, to stumble and correct, to fail and try again. The view from the zoo is full of trust. It says, "We believe you will learn. We believe you will see. We believe that one day you'll understand why we stayed quiet. Perhaps one day, long after we've gone beyond the fence and joined the silence, someone else will take our place inside the glass. Another world will awaken, another species will rise, and they'll begin to ask the same questions. They'll build instruments, send signals, wait for replies. They'll wonder about watchers, about meaning, about why the universe seems so quiet. And from wherever we've gone, as minds, as patterns, as echoes of what we were, we'll listen. We'll know what it feels like to wait, and we'll know how important that waiting is. We won't interfere. We'll hold our silence with the same care it was once held for us. The view from the zoo will continue, unbroken, shifting perspectives endlessly. Watcher becoming watched, student becoming teacher, silence becoming speech. The universe will go on observing itself through every conscious being it creates. And in that infinite cycle of attention, something extraordinary happens. Awareness persists. Meaning endures. Life, no matter how brief, becomes eternal through observation. The Watchers will keep watching, not out of curiosity or control, but out of love for the process itself. The zoo, the experiment, the silence, all of it is the same thing, the same patient act of understanding. From inside, we call it mystery. From outside, it's harmony. Both are true, and both belong to the same story. The story of a universe learning again and again how to see itself.